Right, we're live. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club. And isn't it unusual that we start off the screen completely full of fantastic and fabulous hosts? How are y'all doing?
Excellent.
Yeah, Kazum, I'm really convinced by that. Funny. Okay, so the audience is probably unaware of the fact that we've arranged to take the 8 values political test as part of our stream tonight. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through the test. There's quite a few questions, several dozen, and we're going to discuss each question out loud on the show here, but we're not going to tell anybody what our answers are going to be. We're going to answer in secret, and then we'll discuss our answers, what our results are at the end of the test, okay? So, right, let's, Wayne, since you haven't been on the Breakfast Club for like a year, why don't you start, and then we'll go clockwise around from there. So Kazum, you'll be next, Mike will be after that, and then so on. So Wayne, read the first question.
Okay. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by governments.
All right, and then the options we have are strongly agree, neutral or unsure, disagree, or strongly disagree. And that's going to be the same options we have for all the questions, okay? So you can anywhere from strongly agree to strongly disagree in there. Now, Wayne, since you read the question, what do you think is what is oppression by corporations even supposed to mean?
Well, I think it goes hand in hand with government. I don't know if one is more than the other. With that big government, you really don't have the leverage for a monopoly to be protected. I think that, yeah, corporations definitely oppress people. I think I guess what I think that means is they steamroll the will of the majority with the money that they can give to make laws that are not very beneficial to the public. It benefits them. They don't care if the minimum wage is $15, $20 an hour. Amazon, Walmart, they're going to pay it. Someone with a small business, they're going to have to fire people, or because they can't afford that. So I think that is oppression, and you can't have one without the other. I think you've got big corporations over here, and you've got big government here, and they scratch each other's backs.
Well, another thing I wonder about is this a question as in general or specifically to this country?
I think it's a fair point to answer it for whatever country you're in, especially since we've got Brian here who's in the UK. I think generally speaking, the question should be neutral nationally. I mean, the same problem can exist in more than one country, as people, whether people think oppression is worse from governments or worse from corporations. I would just add about this question that the difference for me in oppression by governments versus oppression by corporations is, we have some democratic control supposedly over our government, which we do not over corporations. I mean, you can exercise the power of your pocket and boycott things, and boycotts may or may not be successful depending on how widespread it is. But
well, another thing is how big if you're just boycotting something that's under the umbrella of a big company, it doesn't really hurt them. You'd have to boycott everything under that whole company, and that's very hard to do because there's so few corporations that are making so many of the things. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. No, I'm just saying he's next. What were you going to
finish that thought, please?
There's so many. There's so many product. There's only like a small handful of corporations that make almost everything that all the products that we buy, and the same thing with media. There's only 6 companies that pretty much run all of media. So,
all I was going to say while we're discussing this particular point, rather than coming up as a tangent later, from what I understand, there's a big argument going on at the moment over there in the US with regards corporations being able to express a political opinion. And that's what a lot of, you mentioned boycotts, and I gather that's what a lot of the boycott bipolar bollocks is all about at the moment. On the one hand, you got Trump saying, yes, boycott them all, damn it. While he's got cans of Coke sitting on his desk and presumably had the button moved from the Resolute desk to his wherever he's got it now.
He's got a fake Resolute desk now in Mar-a-Lago. He's actually had a mock-up of the Resolute desk made, and in his office.
You're kidding me.
No, that's how pathetic he is. I wish I was kidding, Brian.
Oh, geez.
What were you going to say, Rob? You looked like you had a point to make there.
I just think that corporations, no matter their size, is actually less of a concern. Not that we should definitely be concerned about it, but it's really less of a concern.
Have you not seen
corporations-
RoboCop?
I know, right? Corporations can be controlled through legislation. It's a bit harder to control governments that way because they're the ones that would have to pass the legislation. So, yeah, I would say governments being oppressive is more of a concern.
Okay, right. Well, okay, everybody answer in secret.
Here we go.
And then we're going to go to the next question.
Just before we move on to the next question, you've got two types of government to bear in mind here. You've got democratic types of government, such as we're used to, but you've also got military type government, such as you find in South America.
From your own perspective, though. I mean,
I know. I don't think
you have to answer for the world.
I know. It was just something that, for the sake of the audience, I figured I'd just mention.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Okay, right. So, question number 2, Kazoom.
It is necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers.
Wow, I don't even really know how to comment on that without giving my answer away.
Well, I don't know either. I mean, I was about to say my answer, but how else can I comment on this? I think I believe in a laissez-faire economic.
Dude, I don't speak French. What the fuck are you talking about?
I believe in hands-off.
All right.
But we don't have that here. We don't at all have that here. So I believe in the extreme of that, something that I haven't seen. The government should not intervene. I believe the free market will do what it does if we ever were to allow it to. Right now and always, the government has intervened, even from the beginning. The government's intervened. So we've never really seen that.
Okay, so an unfettered market, unfettered capitalism, a market that is just totally free and has no government interference, gives you child labor. We know that because we've already done that.
Right.
It gives you runaway pollution. We know that because we've already done that. So I mean, yes, the only way to protect the consumers, the only way to protect the environment, the only way to protect the economy is for there to be some level of interference. Otherwise, people are steamrolled.
Why does the
So I
government?
suppose for the purposes of answering the question on the test, then, I mean, if you strongly agree that that government interference is like totally obviously necessary and there should be lots of it, then you strongly agree. If you think there should be moderate, like, some government interference, but really, whatever, maybe you just agree. If you don't know what the fuck they mean by that, then you might be neutral. And if you think government should stay out, you disagree. You disagree. And if you think government should have nothing whatsoever to do with it ever, no matter how many people die, then you strongly disagree, right? So answer in secret and then move on to question number 3, because that question was so loaded that we really can't discuss it without giving away our answers. So
I got a lot I could say about this one. So, all right.
Michael.
Oh, sorry.
The freer the markets, the freer the people.
Do you have anything to say about that?
Well, without really giving away what I feel about it, I think that there are some arguments against that. In that you're not really free if the markets, like Rob said, if the free markets created rampant pollution, you're not free to live in a world without pollution. Then.
Well, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say there's also a matter of scale here that we have to bear in mind when we're considering these economic questions. You've got what I'm going to term as large economy, which would be corporations who, let's face it, can afford to do whatever the hell they like, including affect policy. And on the other side of the scale, you've got your mum and pop that's just trying to make a living to survive and pay their taxes and have a nice little slice that they can call home. So I think that's something that we got to bear in mind when we're considering some of these questions.
I also on the quality that can be produced from a regulated market might also create more freedoms for people. Like the freedom to good health care is dependent on us licensing our medical professionals and making sure that not every quack who wants to open up shop can do so. So that regulation creates a standard of quality, which helps people live a better life.
Can't that be done without government? For example, if you sell insurance, you obviously have to know, what basic form versus special form is, ACV versus replacement cost. You have to know all those things, or else you're not going to stay in business. Some of these things can be regulated without a central planner or a government, and they are. There's a lot of companies, like a lot of types of business. Like my wife is a dog trainer. The government doesn't sanction her or give her a state test, but she had to go to school, and she had to actually show results to what she's doing, or else she would be booted out of the market. If she was a horrible dog trainer, then she wouldn't have a business. Word of mouth, people go on Yelp and say, this woman doesn't know anything she's talking about. That happens in a lot of different fields, but there's other fields that, it's very regulated, including mine. I'm in the insurance business. It's very regulated. And I understand what they're trying to do, but that could also be done from a private standpoint, and not a government, because our state insurance department, those guys are so crooked that, and I don't know about every other state, but I can just tell you the experience of mine is not about protecting the consumer here. We're like one of the highest, Louisiana's one of the highest states. It has nothing to do with protecting the consumer. It has all to do with protecting theirs and them. And when you got government who is not accountable to anything, then you have that good old boy network. A free market, you could get rid of that association for another.
What were you going to say, Bob?
I was just going to say, again, we're talking about scale, but regulations have the effect of standardizing quality, as somebody mentioned, and to use your wife's example of being a dog trainer, in a totally unregulated market, I could set up shop as a dog trainer. Yeah.
You could
and
now.
as long as I'm delivering the results, who knows what's going on actually inside my kennels?
Right.
That's the way it is right now.
I'm not sure how having a well-trained dog is going to increase your freedoms. But I also say that
well, in this context, Mike, obviously we're talking about the freedom to trade.
Right.
Well, I'm saying if there wasn't some sort of regulation as to monopolistic practices pushing out mom and pop businesses, then we would not be able to freely create our mom and pop businesses. we do have to have some sort of regulations to keep people from being pushed out of the market unfairly.
But
Well,
then
don't
how
you think
much
that-
of that? How much of that regulation? I'm sorry if I'm going to if I'm jumping on you there, Wayne. How much of that is big corporation affecting government in order to squeeze small economies out of the economy?
I believe that's happening. I believe the government protects monopolies or big corporations, and Walmart will build up right in a town and close down all the small businesses, and they're protected. During the whole COVID crisis, all the small businesses were supposed to stay closed, but you can go to Lowe's, you can go to Target, Walmart, you can go to those places. It's just it doesn't do a very good job of protecting the general interest. They protect their own interest.
Kind of a
Jeff
callback to
Bezos
question. It's
Yeah.
kind of a callback to question one, really, isn't it?
What were you gonna say, Kiz?
Oh, I was just going to mention that there's also different ways that we can look at freedom. I mean, look at Janis Joplin saying freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. So,
So okay, the freer the market, the freer the people. Yeah, yes, you need some kind of regulation on the market in order to set standards. There are some things, obviously, that the market is good. If you suck at being a dog trainer, you might start off strong at first, but you're going to lose business and you're going to go belly up. On the other hand, insurance, the vast majority of people knows jack shit about insurance. I know nothing about insurance. I know that I need the government to come in with regulations to make sure that people who do know a lot about insurance aren't going to sell me junk insurance and charge me so much that I lose everything I have. So yeah, the freer the market, the freer the people is really, that's nonsense.
Well,
That's
even with
absolute
government, that
nonsense.
happens every day.
I just want to jump in. Okay, everybody, please answer the question in secret while I say my little bit about this question, because I kind of object to the question because it's a ripoff of a quote from Thomas Jefferson. The actual quote from Thomas Jefferson is, "The fewer the laws, the freer the people." And I can see that correlation. I can see a correlation between how restricted you are in personal liberty by the laws put on your person. When it comes to how we operate amongst each other in cooperative ways in society, which is necessary, I think you can't do that without regulation. And now it's my turn to read question number 4.
I think Trump actually saw that as well, as he said that he wasn't going to make any new laws unless 2 laws were removed.
Right. No new
Yeah, and you did warn us going into this, Paul, that these were deliberately loaded questions.
Sure.
So-
Yeah, absolutely right. Okay, question number 4. It is better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure the welfare of citizens. I'm just going to answer that. And not
That's
put
just
all the words out
so
my-
loaded.
Yeah, they're very loaded.
So loaded, that one.
Yeah.
So
I mean, obviously, it's putting it in a sense of one is a priority over the other. You know what I
I
mean?
don't know how to answer this question.
Maybe you
here's
should
the way
put
I
them.
see it. Here's the way I see it, Paul. Here's the way I see it. See, it doesn't really matter if 40% of your population is starving or on some kind of assistance. It doesn't matter that 1 million people might have COVID. It doesn't matter as long as the budget is balanced.
So what I see with the economic stimulus package is that like a quarter of all the bills in circulation have been printed in pretty much the last year. We're about to enter a season of hyperinflation,
Right.
which is strange because commodities such as like milk in your store haven't been going up in price, but the median home income in my city of Denver went from $550 last year to $650,000 for the medium home price, and I cannot afford to move. So it has reduced my level of freedom because all of that inflation is going to certain markets, like the stock market and the housing market.
Right.
And it has created less freedom for me.
So you're saying it
That's an
depends on the
interesting way to look at
market
it.
as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is this question supposed to be, is it better to maintain a balanced budget as a federal government than to ensure that the federal government pays the welfare for all of its citizens? Is that what this is
You
referring
can
to?
take whatever inference from the question you wish, Wayne. That's the idea. You're supposed to
Yeah.
you personally read into it and answer it according to what you personally think the question is trying to say.
Well, I believe more on an individual basis. I believe both of these are virtues. We should all balance our budget individually and take care of our grandparents and the widows and orphans among us, or whoever that we know. I think that both of those are virtuous things. Although I do not I do not subscribe to the whole paradigm that should be a budget over 350 million people, or a welfare system that's that broad. I believe everything should be localized. That's just me, though, so I don't really know how to answer this.
Yeah,
Not
but
against-
the first,
Well, then answer unsure, disagree, or neutral.
yeah,
Okay, well,
the
That's what it's
further you
there for.
spread the cost, the cheaper it is.
Yeah.
what's that?
I was just saying, the further you spread the cost, the cheaper it is.
And I mean, if everything is localized, well, that means that there are some places in this country that wouldn't have any money in order to provide any kind of welfare for their citizens. So
Rob,
I
he doesn't
just
know that New Jersey loses money in this,
New
and that
Jersey,
Louisiana
live in
gains
New
money.
Jersey.
He doesn't know. Just let him do it.
I know,
I live
but
in
it
New
already
Jersey.
happens. There's poor states and rich states even now.
And that's the point, though. If everything was localized, the way you said everything should be localized, then there are some states that wouldn't be able to take care of their people. And most of them are southern states. New Jersey pays more to the federal government and gets less back than any other state in the country. Difference in money that we give to the federal government goes to pay for welfare in the southern states to help pay them so they can keep their shit together. That's one of the things that drives me crazy when there's a hurricane that hits New Jersey, and everybody, all the southern representatives are like, "Yeah, no, fuck New Jersey, we're not going to send them any aid." Fuck you, we give you aid every day, every day. Your state can exist because we give you aid. So, but whatever. Okay. Anyway,
Brian,
that's
you're
my
on for
thing.
question number 4, man. 5, question 5.
As I said, oh, 5? I
Yeah,
thought we
you're on
just did
5.
that because I'm looking at 6.
You should be on 5.
Damn it. How do I go back?
There's a back button at the bottom.
Okay. All right. So it's making me start again.
What? You shouldn't have to.
Hang on. It's all right. Just give me a sec. I pushed the back button and it just took me back to the beginning.
Number 5.
Yeah. 3, 4. Okay, 5. My mouse must have double clicked or something stupid. Question 5. Publicly funded research is more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market. As I asked it, I guess I have a stab at throwing some discussion points around. One of the things that publicly funded research can do is, for example, this pandemic. It can spur private companies in the right direction. Leaving it to the free market, you may be able to research things more cheaply, but you may not necessarily be going in the right direction because you're going to be driven more by utility than actual knowledge per se. That's the only discussion points I can think of on this without actually giving away how I would answer it.
So Rob and I have both seen how military research has made its way into the public in ways that, like, it's everywhere. It's endemic, and even the internet itself that we're on right now owes part of its existence to military research. Just the way that broken bones are healed it has a lot to do with the research that the military did in fixing veterans. And so I see it everywhere that publicly funded research, especially for the military, makes its way into common usage in very life-changing ways.
And I think when research is funded by the market, that means that research then is has a tendency to be able to be swayed by the market and makes the outcome a lot less reliable.
I agree, but I'm sorry.
I'll just say real quick, there's plenty of examples of that actually happening. Like, for example, in the food industry, in order to get FDA approval, sometimes, the research will be funded by the people who need the approval for certain things, for example. So just having the public funding for research, though, suggests that if you leave it, I think what the question is suggesting is if you just leave it to the free market, certain things won't ever get done because there's no profit motive in those things.
Well, what would you say would need to be researched that would not be included in having a profit motive?
Okay, let's say that there's a very rare disease, right? But it's not commonplace enough to where treating it or curing it could really turn you a decent profit compared to all the money you have to put into research and development in the first place. So you might need a government grant to do the research and development to find out if you can produce this stuff in the first place, and then find out if the market can support it or not. And if the market can't support it, but people still need it, then they might have to subsidize the supply in the first place.
Well, you don't think the government could be corrupted into swaying their research by the people who are paying them?
Rick, I think it's my personal belief that anytime money exchanges hands, there's a possibility of corruption. That's me.
I think you're damned if you do and damned if you don't in this case. Like, I don't know. I think people in general are self-interested and driven by money, whether they're from the government sector or private sector. So I don't know what the difference is.
Mike mentioned military research, and I don't think it's any accident that there is a correlation. Choosing my words carefully, because correlation is not causation. There is a high correlation between the fact that your military's biggest expenditure when it comes to research is in different ways to kill people. Mm-hmm. You also have a thriving weapons market, yeah, and you have an internal civilian gun culture that just laps up Hollywood servings alongside a healthy serving of guns because you were born here. So as I was saying, it's just a correlation there with regards profit motive.
So one of the things that I've come across as far as when the government has a program to allow for private research and rewards it, I have had an attack of gout in the past, and I looked for medications that might alleviate me from ever having to worry about that because it was really painful, right? Instead, I've gone the diet way, and it's worked out for me. But there's this drug called colchicine, and it comes from a weed that's been around since the dawn of time, and people have known that it treats gout. And there's this program with the U.S. government for all of these herbal remedies to be researched by private industry, and then they get sort of a patent for a certain amount of time where they're the only ones who can distribute that drug in America. And what happened was colchicine, under the name Colchris, went from like $5 a pill to like $200.
Wow.
There are so many different examples of drugs where the price of the drug skyrocketed when a private company got the exclusive rights to be able to manufacture it because they were gifted that because they did research.
Right.
You know, and so
I have
if the government just did its own research, then we'd be better off, because they actually ended up billing Medicaid for millions more than the government had expected, to the point where it was not beneficial for them to even have that program in place.
Yeah, the issue of price gouging as regards medications is a rabbit hole we really don't have time to go down. And Rob's just taking him off camera, which is, oh, there he is. Okay. So let's answer that question in secret and move on to question number 6.
All right. Tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production. Well, I'd say that's the way it's generally believed to work. And I mean, really, like, tariffs end up being a tax for the consumer. So let's say there's televisions being, imported. You want to put a tariff on them because you want the local market to produce televisions and you want your own companies to do well. So you put a tariff on the TVs coming in, that's going to go down to the consumer, which means a higher cost television. That's a tax. And the hope is that that would spur manufacturing. I don't think it works. I think that's the idea, and I think it sounds like a very sound idea, but I don't think it really works. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of that in recent years working in the wild.
Wouldn't you put that down to the decimation of the manufacturing industry in the United States, which is partly due to automation and also partly due to outsourcing overseas?
Yeah, partly due to automation. I don't think it's nearly
factories.
as much
A lot of factories produce things, but
yeah. I don't think it's nearly as much about automation as a lot of people think. I think it's outsourcing. I think it's also a lot of there was a lot of, I mean, we still do it. We've done it for a very long time, but I know, like, during the 70s, we did a lot of propping up countries manufacturing, other countries. To help. I mean, we wanted to help as many countries as we could get on their feet. Well, there is other than the price that you pay while you're doing it, there's another price to pay for that. That's on the back end, and that's when they have manufacturing bases that begin to take over, because they can charge less. That can take over your own. And I think we saw a lot of that. I think as far as, like, fixing it through tariffs and that kind of a thing, I think the U.S. in particular, we kind of missed the boat on that.
I think, I agree with you, because the only way that tariffs can make that kind of difference is if we had a strong manufacturing base where we were manufacturing TVs and cameras and stereos en masse to compete with the Asian imports that we get. But we just don't, because we know we can't compete with their prices. And so American entrepreneurs either don't bother or set up their factories in Mexico or someplace closer, but still foreign enough to be cheap,
Just a quick question on that, just as a follow-up on what you were saying, Paul. Why can't you afford to build the same product for the same amount?
People will argue this because wages are cheaper abroad. It's actually cheaper to have them produced for 50 cents an hour, and then you put it on a ship all the way to America. That's cheaper than paying an American to make it.
But the way that I understand how you make things cheaper is it's a mass production thing.
Right.
So the more you're producing, the cheaper it is. So
yeah, and when we had a manufacturing, the same is true in the UK to a different degree. I mean, when the manufacturing sector was stronger, the country had literally more economic independence and strength, because you weren't so dependent on imports and everything that goes along with that. There's great arguments, in my opinion, for protectionism, but considering the way the global economy works right now, I think it's too punitive. You can't really aggressively pursue a protectionist approach, which is what we tried to do, and that didn't have great results, because, like Rob said, it just made everything more expensive, which it didn't have to.
If I may speak to Wayne's heart in Louisiana, after the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf, the shrimp trade was decimated because nobody wanted to eat shrimp from the Gulf. right?
Yeah.
And so Brazilian shrimp started being imported, and the shrimp in Brazil are raised in ponds with antibiotics, such that we have laws in our country that restrict the fuck out of that, right? But once they found their foothold, they kept on shipping all that Brazilian shrimp to our country, lowering the price, and the shrimp trade hasn't been able to rebound because there's all this cheap shrimp that found its way into America, found all this shipping to America, and people are now basically used to the low shrimp prices. You know, and they raise those shrimp in a way that's unfair to us because we're not allowed to raise the shrimp that way.
Well,
CLB Vegas
that would be,
also.
we should get rid of the regulations and let them do it here, which I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
No, we don't want that in our shrimp. We want
Right, of course, I get it, right? But I mean, that would be the argument, though, from a more, get rid of the regulations so you could compete. And I think that's a good argument for the regulations, if you ask me. Let's answer in secret and move on to question number 7. Because we need to keep the pace up here, or this is going to be like a 5-hour test.
From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs.
Does anybody here know the source of that quote by any chance?
Isn't that Marx?
Yeah.
Sounds like Marx.
It might be Marx. I thought it was Trotsky, but it might be Marx. Yeah. But anyway,
It sounds like one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. So everybody helps everybody.
Yeah, well, kind of. It's kind of what it means. Yeah. I mean, here's a problem. The problem with it, I tend to agree with it. I don't think it's like a big evil. I know a lot of people are be like, oh my God, that's Marx and that's Marxism and it's evil and they're gonna barbecue your children and whatever. On the surface, I'd say yes, it's a good idea and I kind of agree with it. The problem is if you have a society that isn't well, when each's ability is a lot lower than maybe other places. So if you have high need and low ability, you got a problem.
That's true no matter what.
Yeah. So
this could work in a small commune.
it does all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would argue that communism can only work on a small scale.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Wayne, I'll push back on that and say that it also sounds like the Protestant work ethic. That if you don't work, you don't eat.
That's what you think this sounds like?
Sounds like it, because if everybody is forced to produce to their ability, then everybody gets their needs.
Nobody is forced to do anything in this scenario, though. It's basically saying from each according to whatever you're able to give to the society, that's what you should give, and you should expect to get from society what you need.
Right.
Yes, but what if the only thing that you can do is string beads to make necklaces? That's literally the only thing that you can do. And yes, we're talking about severe mental condition, probably in addition to physical disability here.
Sure. Someone would like beaded necklaces, I'm sure. And I think I've discussed this question before when I took sociology back in the day. And one of the things people argue, you'll lose the arts because that's not a need in quotation marks, but I think it really is. And I think, in times gone by, let's say during the Renaissance, people were producing art by hand that you can't find now, in terms of the level of quality. What, Rob?
But the arts and the needs are on two separate sides of the equation, though.
I understand that, but I think ability. Like basically to Brian's point, what if all you're really good at is, say, playing the guitar and singing? You have to starve because that's your skill. I don't think you should.
Right.
Who want to hear you sing and play guitar?
Right. But that doesn't. Well,
if you're good, there's a market for that,
there's
and
a
you
market
can
for that.
succeed.
But from each according to his ability to each according to his needs doesn't address that what you're talking about. It doesn't affect that in any way. I mean, it's a completely separate, different. You know what I mean? I mean, if your abilities are that you can contribute something, and even if it's playing guitar and singing a song, I mean, that's the arts and that's entertainment and that's valuable. That doesn't mean that you're not going to be compensated in some way, because the second half of the equation is to each according to his needs. It doesn't say that your needs and your ability have to be equal in any way.
Right.
As we're on YouTube, what about if your only tangible ability is to provide your opinion on YouTube?
Oh, that's me.
I mean, if you can market yourself enough to be important enough where people care about your opinion, then you should reap the rewards of that. If you can play guitar to where you can get a following, you should reap the rewards of that. It's your ability. You know, if you're not subpar, you're gonna be able to reap those rewards. But if you are just starting out, should you reap the same rewards as somebody who's been doing it for a long time and is good?
Okay, what if your particular skill is whipping up alternate facts, to use a buzzword? Yeah, and you can spin a good story and you can make people believe that the grass is turquoise.
Well, you know, there's a lot of people who believe in the who hallucinate that there's actual power in a government. It's like a religion. So, I mean, if we can believe something like that, hallucinate on a large scale in that way, I think any cult leader should be able to do it. If they can swindle people, I mean, that's up to them. You know, I don't like the idea. I think a lot of these things lead to a massive death. But ultimately, everybody is responsible for their own lives.
I have a question. I have a question.
Just before you ask quickly, you say government power is a myth. Did I hear you right on that?
Well, it's not a myth. It's a hallucination.
Well, I was going to say, anybody who can order 50,000 troops and a couple of tactical nukes in any particular direction wields a tangible amount of power.
It's only tangible because en masse we hallucinate the power. It's just like religion.
We don't.
Well, I mean, you could say that about money, though, too. The worth of money is could be considered a hallucination.
Money more so. So
money,
I mean,
money isn't tangible other than the tokens.
Fiat currency is not, but there is commodity that actually can have some intrinsic value.
Government power isn't an hallucination. It is the combined will of.
If en masse we quit believing that Donald Trump or Joe Biden had any power en masse, if we believed that and rebelled, there's nothing they could do. It would be mutiny. Kind of like just recently, the governor of Texas got up and said, you know, we're going to open up the whole state of Texas. Whether you agree with what happened or not is not the point here. The point is he had to do that. He went all this time with regulations. People were disobeying. If he didn't do it, then he wouldn't be able to hold up appearances. It would be mutiny. So en masse, people can believe.
I know that there are countries scattered around the globe and throughout history where the power of the government has been made astonishingly and horrifically clear to the people that live there and of that time and around the world. So
yes,
that's not a hallucination.
I'm not afraid of the Hitlers. I'm not afraid of the Stalins. I'm not afraid of the Pol Pots. I'm afraid
you never lived there. That's why.
No, but listen, I'm afraid of the millions of people who legitimized their power.
Right. I think we need to answer the question in secret because we're way off top, and we need to move on to question number 8 with Zoom. So I'm going to answer this question.
Yeah. While we're clicking on there, I think you and Plato would probably get on really well, Wayne.
All right. Number 8, it would be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity.
That's loaded.
Anything I say on that's going to give away my answer, so I'm not going to. That question was loaded with all six bullets firing at the same time.
Next.
Yep.
Michael, go on to number 9.
Okay. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor.
Taxation is theft, just like tariffs, just like inflation.
Rent is theft. Breathing next to someone is theft. Oh my God. To live is to die. The point of surviving is to cause and spread misery. I mean,
an honest wage for an honest day's work is theft.
I got to say that, like, most of the people that I know that are quote unquote rich are not even the ones that I would be wanting to tax more to for the benefit of the poor. I don't know anyone in those tax brackets that really truly need to be taxed a
Yes,
hell
you
of a
do.
lot more.
Rich
Yes, you
people
do.
get out of paying the taxes. I pay as little in taxes as possible. I'm not rich, but I pay as little in taxes as possible. And I know that rich people have more resources. They don't either. It's passed down to the middle class. Poor don't pay taxes, and the rich don't pay taxes.
Yeah, when did you last have an Amazon package delivered, mate?
Yesterday.
So you do know of a huge corporation that doesn't effectively pay any taxes.
Well, but I don't know any people personally that fit into the tax bracket that I wouldn't target. But I do know that tax bracket exists. Those people don't associate with me. I'm just
who owns Amazon, Mike?
see, you
I
know,
believe it's still Jeff Bezos.
There you go. You see, you do know somebody who owns.
Right.
I think an
Moving
important,
right along. Oh, sorry. What are you going to say, Kazum? What did you say?
I was just saying, I think an important thing is that we get rid of the loopholes.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I obviously think. I mean, I've made videos on the subject that the rich should pay more taxes. I mean, to me, that's a no-brainer. And I also know plenty of people with lots of money who think the same thing. So, but they're in the same position Wayne is. Look, if I don't have to pay it, I'm not going to pay it.
Right.
If I can get out by using this rule and that rule, if I can deduct this and it's not illegal, I'm going to do it. And I totally understand that logic.
which is why, in my opinion, they should be taxed more, because that would actually cause them to do things like, spend more of their money on their businesses and on their employees and hiring people and expanding business and paying for research and development, because that's money then that they wouldn't have to worry about paying taxes on.
Right. I think there should be an irreducible minimum that you can't deduct past, like whether it's 30% or whatever the number is, because like Wayne mentioned a moment ago, some of these corporations in particular, like Google, can deduct their way down to zero and sometimes even into negative taxes. And that can't be right. You can't be one of the biggest corporations in the world making trillions of dollars in profit a decade and not pay taxes. That's outrageous. And I can't believe people don't burn these places down or march the streets because of this shit. I honestly can't.
Not only do they not pay taxes, but they are subsidized by us big time. That's why Google, who is big time into censorship, can crush all their competition. And there's some good competition that's coming up on YouTube and another competition, but the government helps them maintain that monopoly. I mean, I don't know why I got off into that, but
yeah, Shell Energy is subsidized by the taxpayers. Shell Energy.
Yeah, right. It's horrible.
Just briefly before we move on to the next question, I just want to point out that philosophically and logically, this is a callback to the Marx or Trotsky quote we just did in the last question.
Yeah, it's just enumerated a different way, basically, or enunciated a different way. Right. Question number 10 out of 70. Inheritance is a legitimate form of wealth. I personally was raised to believe that's the whole idea, is to get successful so your kids can prosper in a way that you didn't have a chance to prosper. So I openly admit my bias.
Define legitimate.
Legitimate. Well, I think that's the buzzword, which is going to make you either strongly this or strongly that. You know what I mean? That's the word right there. And I think everyone has to bring whatever baggage they have to that.
I mean, maybe people should be able to decide where their wealth goes once they're gone, whether it's to to people that they love or people that they don't even know or whatever, you know.
Yeah, it all depends, I guess, which direction you're looking at it from, and also whether or not, you know, yeah, it's whether or not it's taxable, I guess.
Well, I think you could even look at it from a more sort of, if you will, spiritual point of view. It's like, dude, you're dead. You don't need any of that shit anymore. Give it all back.
Yeah, but what I'm seeing,
Get it.
what I'm looking at here is okay, from the person that's going to inherit, it is technically a form of income rather than existing wealth. So
Just for a radical idea, instead of income tax, you just work all your life and you don't pay any taxes, and the government gets everything you've acquired when you die. And that's the only tax is death tax.
I think that would be better. I mean, when you're dead, that would be better than the current situation. I still think taxation is theft, but I would prefer that. Let me build my wealth. There's a lot of poor people now where $100 a month extra income, it makes it or breaks it for them, and the government is definitely not helping them with that. So,
okay, please answer number 10, and then Brian, it's your turn.
question 11. Basic utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned. I'm going to do a poll here and just come out straight with my bias on this. A nation cannot operate unless its basic functions like roads and power are centrally managed. And I think that it's done more efficiently at a lower cost to the public overall when it's managed that way than it is left to free market forces who are going to charge the consumer as much as the market can bear rather than as low as they can make it for the consumer.
I noticed that Texas kind of shut down for like 2 inches of snow, and I just experienced like 2 feet of snow a couple weeks ago, and our electricity was still working.
how often do you get snow compared to Texas?
You know,
Probably about the same.
no, we do get more snow than Texas on average per year, but it's not like this hasn't happened before in Texas.
Yeah, we got that same storm. I'm 30 minutes away from Texas.
Yeah, it shouldn't really matter. It's kind of not relevant. I mean, if the companies that provide your utilities can't function because of a little bit of snow, and 2 inches of snow is a little bit of snow anywhere in the world, you know, then there's a real problem there.
I think you've got a more fundamental problem than that, Rob, because rather than put money into maintenance, network maintenance, they decided to continue the year-old practice of paying dividends, etc.
Of course. And I mean, 10 years previously, they had a snowstorm that did the exact same thing. They were without power for like almost. It was
and they were advised.
They had a game plan.
The maintenance and the upgrades.
Right.
This is a good example of where effective regulation could play a part. For example, if you said to, let's just say, power distribution companies that they had to spend a certain amount of their profit every year on fixing their own infrastructure, and that was like written into what they had to do with their profit before they then could dividend it out to their shareholders. I think that still leaves them free to make a profit, Wayne, but still being regulated in such a way where it's not detrimental, because what ends up happening is they pay themselves off the fattest dividends they can. And then when problems need to be solved, they raise the prices to make the profit commensurate so they can still make the same dividend payments and fix this shit. So it makes everything more expensive, and it gets successively more expensive over decades. And Brian, I'll just really quickly, I was there in the end of the 80s when the privatization of the British industries for power and gas and stuff was finalized. And these people paid pennies on the pound for corporations. Virtually the same people kept all their jobs and started making 6 times as much money, and prices went up and up and up. And the whole idea was competition is supposed to make things cheaper. The only competition is who you send your bill payment to. That's the competition. It's who you're paying the bill to. There's no competition for who's giving you the electricity. It all comes from the same fucking places. It's a joke.
And the only thing that's driving up prices on a yearly basis is the percentage increase that's been promised the shareholders from the previous shareholders meeting.
Right.
I must say, I don't know a whole lot about this. This is not my wheelhouse. So anything I say, I'd be speaking in ignorance. I don't know how it works all across this country. I just know my experience here. We have one electric company here only, and I believe they're privately owned. And as far as roads go, I don't live in an area where there are tolls, but I've driven through Dallas and other big cities, and I always take the toll roads. I assume those are owned by not the city, but by corporations because they're charging you. But those roads are better. They're quicker. I like taking those. And if every road in my town were that way, it would be a lot better for traffic here, I think.
So, okay. So for the vast majority of the country, let's say, 49 states, the electric companies, the power and utility companies are for the most part, well, not for the most part, I believe they are all private companies, but they all have to follow federal regulations because it's a network that goes from coast to coast. It's all connected. It's basically like there's like 3 regional grids. And that's how the power works. It works that way in 49 states. It doesn't work that way in Texas because Texas chose to not be part of the federal, the grid, part of the U.S. grid. They chose to be separate, so they didn't have to follow any regulations. They didn't have to maintain their equipment, and they didn't have to worry about what happened when people lost their power. So that's basically the story there, and that's why, the electric company in Texas is a bunch of fucking shitheads. But as far
I
as
believe
roads,
the government is stepping in and
there's only
making
so
it to
much.
where
There's only so much they can do though, because they're not connected to the grid. So I don't know. They would have to get something through the Texas State House, and I don't know how likely that is. And also, I live in New Jersey, like we were talking about before. This is the toll booth capital of the world. We have there's the Garden State, and you pay a toll every couple of miles. No, toll roads suck.
Okay,
Brian,
I
we got to
don't
move on.
know.
So, Brian,
just
make your point, Brian, and then Dev's got to read.
just 2 words on that one. Infrastructure bill.
Right. Right, Devin, move on to number 12, please. Rob, that's you. Question 12.
Yeah, I'm looking.
All right, sorry.
Government intervention is a threat to the economy.
Okay, that question speaks for itself and needs no discussion.
Yeah.
Let us move on, Wayne, to question number 13.
Okay. Those with a greater ability to pay should receive better health care.
I think that's self-explanatory as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, Kazoom, everybody answer question 13, and Kazoom, move on to question 14, and we'll have knocked out in 14 in an hour, which is, I guess, the average we need to get through. So,
all right. Question 14. Quality education is a right of all people.
I'm going to make my observations on this one very brief, and that is just to say that knowledge is an inheritance, not a commercial resource.
well said. Civilizations fall because knowledge stops being spread around. I mean, that's what the Dark Age were,
And well, education is for the most part free now. You go to libraries. I mean, people who want to learn are gonna people who are hungry are gonna find ways to learn. There's a lot of people like me. I was a slacker in high school. I didn't give a crap, but I had to go to high school.
It doesn't mean they'll be learning things that
I'll
are
just say
true.
something really quickly. Wayne, you brought up libraries. For Britain, Brian, when I was living there, libraries are having a hard time justifying staying open
Because of the
Yep.
internet.
because of the internet. Now, here's my thing, Wayne and Brian and everybody. The internet didn't exist for 500 years. We had libraries without the internet. So you don't. I find it difficult to imagine. They still need to be there. There still needs to be accessible and free literature for the masses. That's
A backup, as it were.
and you can't beat hard copy. I mean, you just can't. So that's my only point. It's completely off top. Anyway, let's move on to question 15. I think that's you, Michael.
The means of production should belong to the workers who use them, which is
there it
also
is.
one of those
Look
quotes
out,
from
Marxism.
our red heroes.
Yeah, I mean that is straight out. How Marxist are you? Okay, I think we don't need to discuss it for that reason, and move on to 16, which is my turn. The United Nations should be abolished.
Abolished is such a strong word.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. I mean, based off of the United Nations are you? This is what the question basically boils down to. Do you think this supranational organization is just a bunch of bullshit and a drain on public funds? And would you recognize their authority in your country? Blah blah blah. No, of course not. Or you think, hey man, we all need to work together, and if we don't have some organizational body with which to do that, we're never going to get anything done. I think that those are the two extremes. So should it be abolished? And then move on. Brian, it's your turn.
Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it.
Well,
Are we going? I mean, based on past experiences.
well,
Or
I
is
mean, I
this
think the question is, you bring your own. Everybody brings their own stuff to it. I mean, I'm a pretty much pacifist, right? And so my whole thing is you shouldn't attack a country that isn't going to attack you, right? I mean, at the very least, you should be able to prove that they're about to attack you before you do anything. And certainly in the past 30 plus years, that has not been why we attack people, even though that was the pretense for the whole Iraq war in 2003. As we know, they didn't pose a threat to us,
So from what you've just said, I'm supposing that if it was phrased in terms of protecting resources, then your answer would be, God, hell no.
Well, we don't know what questions might come up, Brian.
Well,
I don't know.
I didn't mean to preempt the test.
Yeah, I don't know if that kind of a question is coming up, but I mean, military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it. For me, the buzzwords there is often, right? That's where the problem in the question is for me.
For me, it's in the
as much as I'm going to say without actually saying what I'm going to answer, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, answered. Moving on.
Okay, Dev.
I support regional unions, such as the European Union.
Fairly self-explanatory, in my view.
I think people can associate with whomever they want to. I think all these things are good. United Nations, European Union, whatever, as long as it's voluntary.
Right.
I don't care how people interact with one another, just as long as I'm not brought into something I don't want to be a part of.
All right, Wayne, go on to number 19 then.
It is important to maintain our national sovereignty.
Pretty straightforward and unambiguous question. So, Kazum, please answer and read numbers 20.
It is question 20. A united world government would be beneficial to mankind.
That scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, utopic or dystopic. Pick your
Well, I
poison.
mean, a united world government isn't in and of itself conceptually benign. Neither is it in and of itself conceptually malicious. You know what I mean? I mean, it would depend on the nature of the government, how it was formed, what its actual powers were and weren't. Right? I think the question is so vague. I kind of have to answer in the middle, and I hate answering in the middle.
I mean, my homeowners association has a hard time governing itself sometimes. I can't imagine the entire planet being under one government. So,
From my more Americentric point of view, my life is already great. It's only going to benefit the other people around the world, not me. I'm already living the life.
It's all an hallucination anyway, so it doesn't matter.
So, Mike, when does the empire building start?
You know, as soon as we don't want to exploit the rest of the world for the resources by putting them under a different set of rules. If we extended all of our rights to the rest of the world, we couldn't exploit them as much.
Well, that's why we can't have much in a nutshell. Now, you just explained capitalism in a few short sentences. This, question number 21 is to you.
All right. 21. It's more important to retain peaceful relations than to further our strength.
Well, considering we have enough atomic weapons to knock the fucking crust off the earth, I know how I'm answering that question.
I think remaining peaceful with everyone would be a strength that we're lacking right now.
Yeah, this might be a different answer for the red coat over there, because we have a country where we have like 800 military bases all around the planet. We're pretty strong.
Yeah, but we need to be stronger. So some people think we need to be stronger. I mean, that was Trump's whole thing, wasn't it? You know, we rebuilt the military as if it was broke in the first fucking place. You know.
Well, just to answer my revolutionary friend's question, we had our days at Empire. We were pretty good at it, and you guys seem to have taken over in all but name. And we're waiting for your next move on the global stage.
Every empire eventually falls.
Yep.
That's actually true. Right.
Yep, it is.
And we'll move on to number 22. And this question is almost farcically direct. Wars do not need to be justified to other countries.
Like the country you're fighting?
If you think your country is justified in going to war against country number whatever, then you don't need to worry about what other countries think about it. You should just go to war, is what the premise of the question seems to be.
Since when does a bully have to explain to their victim why they're being bullied?
Yeah, but this is phrased in an oughta, should, would. This is like ideal.
Yeah, it's pretty stark. I mean, you know, I don't think, it'd be hard for me to imagine someone answering that in a neutral way. You know? Anyway, it's your turn, Brian.
Military spending is a waste of money. Now, you can make that as expansive as you like, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, I have the answer here. Okay. Yeah, Rob.
International aid is a waste of money.
I thought of a way that international aid definitely is necessary, and that is if we're going to vaccinate ourselves, we need to vaccinate third world countries as well, so that they don't have the virus and it festers into mutations. And if they can't do it themselves, we need to vaccinate them.
You're just protecting your right to go to Taiwan on holiday.
I'm looking for a little boy in a Batman costume with no teeth.
What?
Well, I mean, from my point of view, I mean, you know, if we're going to say to people, you know, don't come to America because we want you to stay in your own country, then we might want to help make their countries a little bit worthy of staying in. We shouldn't be supporting dictatorships in all around Latin America like we've done for the past 60 years or whatever, just as an example.
China.
I would really like to hear Wayne read the next question.
Number 25. My nation is great.
There's a soundbite for you. Ladles and jelly spoons.
Okay, kids, I think we can move on.
All right. Question 26. Research should be conducted on an international scale.
Like all research?
Yeah, I was going to say, what research?
Or are we researching international scales?
Well, I think.
Well, they do say that they do say that the bigger the data set, the more accurate the results.
I think what the question might be driving at is that you shouldn't all be up to America. Is maybe what an American might infer from this. I'm not sure.
Well, they've obviously never been to any of our universities because we do a heck of a lot of research
Obviously.
in an academic setting of all places. Don't you know?
Okay, I'm going to answer that and let's move on. Michael, I think it's you, isn't it?
27. Governments should be accountable to the international community.
Which is pertinent because the United States is not party, for example, to the International Criminal Court. We refuse to recognize its jurisdiction. We're not a member, and yet we regularly tell them what they can and can't do. It's hilarious. You know what I mean? My attitude is if you don't want to be in the club, fine, then stay the fuck out and mind your own business,
Yeah. When I see this question, I'm reminded of Hong Kong right now and Crimea in the Ukraine. I that's what is flavoring my answering this question.
Yeah, what's flavoring my answering of it is the hypothetical, what if I as a country decided to opt out of this supposed international community, and then I would be able to exploit my minions like nobody knows. Ramp up production, sell it out, outbid everybody else on the global stage, and bingo. Instant overnight success.
I think it depends on what we're talking about for governments. When you really think of it, there's almost 8 billion governments in this world. What level are we talking about?
That's an interesting point. Right, I think we should answer and move on. Which is my turn. Okay, number 28. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. Wow. Okay, so how authoritarian and how established is the authoritarian government? Because, I personally am against violence, and I am personally against the destruction of property, and that's a given. But that's easy for me to say because I have not been stomped on my whole life, like say perhaps certain people were in South Africa 35 years ago. You know what I mean? I could never say to someone in apartheid South Africa, no, you shouldn't, be doing what they were doing down there, because they were out of options and they were massively outgunned. You know what I mean? And what else is there to do but throw yourself at their fucking bullets sometimes? You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm going off on one. Someone else.
Well, Paul, you're against violence and against people destroying property, like personal property. I am too. That's the non-aggression principle. But what if someone were to come and try and steal your personal property and your life? Well,
it depends. I'll answer that question in a nutshell, Wayne. If the answer to the question, what if they try to do it, is, well, it depends. If my life is in peril, I'm not going to kill someone for property. No, I'm not. I don't think it's justifiable to kill someone to spare my property. I'd rather let my property go than commit that level of violence on someone. I would certainly try to defend my property, but not to the point of killing someone for it. No.
Okay. Well, I don't believe in initiating force, but I definitely think that when it comes to an authoritarian government, violence, you got to fight fire with fire. They're not going to come and try and just have a conversation with you if they're an authoritarian government. I mean, we see, government's the biggest killer in the whole world. Guns don't kill people, governments do. And so if you have the ability to protect yourself using violence, maybe you should.
Well,
I'd just like Sorry, no.
Something that goes through my head is how there are people that try to claim that, we have an authoritarian government because they're trying to make people wear masks. So, there's people that will try to claim something's authoritarian, even though if you really look at it and compare it to other countries, it's not even anything. So
I'd just like to say this kind of boils down to two things, really. First thing is, how oppressed do you actually feel by your own personal government? And secondly, it kind of speaks to something that I just forgotten. Okay, moving on.
Well, my government's mandates dictate very little about how I live my life personally. So I don't feel like I'm.
Oh, yes, I remembered what it was. The biggest weapon against authoritarian governments these days, I would argue, is probably exposure, the internet.
Right. Well, let's hope.
But that's curated too by people with a specific interest.
True. Within their power to shut down, that's for sure. Right. Please answer, and then Brian, read question number 29.
29. My religious values should be spread as much as possible.
I think we could answer that question and move on.
Yeah.
Our nation's values should be spread as much as possible.
Yeah. For one, substitute the other.
Yeah, but Rob values his legs.
Well, how seriously do you take your nationalism?
Well, I would argue about what our nation's values actually are, in the sense that what our nation's values, what we tell ourselves they are, or what is the world supposed to look at our behavior on the world stage and make assumptions based on our behavior, what our values actually are? Because if that's the case, my answer changes.
I think our government's people is way more moral than the government that represents us. So, are we talking about us as individuals, or are we talking about us as what our government does? Because our government does not represent most of us most of the time when it comes to international affairs.
Well, there's also the our nation's values. Some people might claim that Hollywood and TV shows spread our values too. So
that's an interesting point.
Yeah. Who sets the metric?
Right. All right, Wayne. 31.
It is very important to maintain law and order.
That seems fairly.
I think we definitely need laws, and we need order, but the way we get to it, I think, is where I debate. I don't think anarchy does not mean chaos. It means no rulers. It doesn't mean no rules. We're accountable to our neighbors, no matter what. So.
Yeah, but if there are no rules, by what standards do you set the metric?
Oh, I believe there should be rules. There's the golden rule. There's natural law. Rulers oftentimes make laws that are immoral or laws that are irrelevant.
One of the strongest sorry, just to argue and push back a bit against that. One of the strongest forces when it comes to natural rules is the force of evolution, and what we've philosophically turned into might makes right. And you living under those rules, you'll find what was it? George Orwell, how did he phrase it about the future being boot continually crushing on a human skull.
And you don't think government does that? The government's the biggest gang of all.
Depends, again, looking back on previous questions, it depends whose government you're talking about. Would you say that about your own government, for example?
I say that about any government that makes you do something you don't want to do, and at different levels. I'm not equating the United States with North Korea at all. I mean, I understand we're more free than a lot of places, but at the same time, any coercion's bad. And if we take a little bit of it, you see that it gets more and more. You guys, you know, Trump, he was a tyrant, and he would have been a lot worse if it weren't for the checks and balances. But, you know, I mean, he couldn't do a lot of the things, but eventually I lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry.
Natural law. There's no such thing as a natural law. That's it. Oh, come on! Like,
that's the only kind of law.
Who decides?
The law of the jungle, Rob.
Yeah, no, natural law. Okay, a body of unchanging moral principles. Who decides what is moral? You. At that point, you become the ruler. At that point, it's you. Then you are the government.
Over my life.
Okay,
so, but if the body of law, if the body of unchanging moral laws is different for everybody, then there's already a contradiction in that it's not unchanging and that it does change and it's very subjective. And if it's subjective, it's kind of meaningless as far as anything that has to do with any large numbers of people, anything on a macro scale. Natural law is nonsense. It's a really nice Judeo-Christian way to shove their Jesus-flavored dildo down everybody's throat. That's
Rob,
what that is.
I'd just like to finish this point by just quoting from a show I'm catching up on at the moment. The lion does not concern itself with the opinions of the sheep.
I love Game of Thrones.
Thankfully, we are. We know what's right and wrong based upon. I mean, if the only law we had was don't instigate aggression upon someone or their property, would we need other laws? Why would we need a law to say you shouldn't smoke marijuana, which is still illegal in a lot of places? Why would we need laws that have nothing to do with protecting anybody?
The other half of the question is maintaining.
There's lots of laws we don't need that I agree with, like, you know, how high your hedge can be in the front of your freaking house, or whether you can have a basketball hoop on your garage door, or some stupid shit like that. You know, there's lots of laws that shouldn't exist. I grant you that. You know,
there's also the question
of people. There will be bad laws. Sorry, go ahead, Kazum.
I was just going to say there's the question of how do you punish those who don't follow the law, and how what extremes you have. There was another one of these breakfast clubs that we had that I think you mentioned got that funk, a Star Trek episode, Next Generation, where Wesley Crusher, all the laws have the same. All breaking any law has the same result, which is death. And Wesley Crusher walked on the grass when he wasn't supposed to, and they were going to put him to death. And there was this big rigmarole about it. So, but yeah.
Well, I mean, to answer your question, Kazum, let's just say that the whole world was just us six. We were the world government. We were it. And I did something to really piss off all of you guys, to where, like, maybe I killed one of your cats or something, which I would never do that. But I'm just saying, if I did something like that, you guys would have the power to exile me. That's just as bad as putting somebody in a cage and pay for them with tax dollars to live there the rest of their lives. Exiling somebody, like, and it can be done on a larger scale in society. I mean, even the Amish, they have their own little government, I guess, and they do things like that. They don't have penitentiaries per se, but there's other ways.
They shun each other, which is which is a form of emotional fucking torture.
But to me, that's worse. How am I going to buy food if Kazum, if you're the one in our 6-person society that is the food person, and I've shunned from you. You know, I mean. There's other ways to go about it.
I have to say that if the 6 of us are a society, we are the whole society.
We're screwed.
Despite my killer rack, we have a problem. The last six.
I will only make the point. We need to move on. It'll be Kazum's to read number 32 in a second, but I'll only make the point to Wayne. Wayne, I mentioned this before in the Breakfast Club, but years ago I went to Amsterdam and I went to the torture museum there, and I saw all these contraptions that they used to use in the name of justice. All right, and these people from the 16th, 17th century, they thought they were civilized, right? So
Yeah.
we have to take all this conversation that we're having with a pinch of salt and realize that later on in history, all this shit might be different, better or worse. Kazum, please go into 32.
All right. Question 32. The general populace makes poor decisions.
There's Plato again.
Michael, will you please go on to 33?
Okay, well,
33.
I like that.
Physician-assisted suicide should be legal.
Okay. I think we might as well just go on to the next question. The sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism.
I want to say something, but it'll give away my answer.
Right. And for me, the hinge word there is some civil liberties, because the sacrifice is some, and the next hinge word is necessary. That kind of bugs me, right? It bugs me that they use the word necessary. It makes it like it sound like if you don't agree with this, you therefore just support like whatever's happened. You know,
It's the whole concept of giving up any of your civil liberties to purchase security. You know,
without actually talking about this and giving away my answer, I would talk about it in terms of a Twitter exchange that I had recently concerning the vaccine passports, and somebody who posted, "Our forefathers didn't die for our freedoms just so that I needed a passport to go into a theater." And I pointed out to them that the last time that their particular ancestors fought for our collective freedoms was World War II. And we took all sorts of measures to, quote, stop Jerry in his tracks. We had ID cards, we had travel papers, we had ration books, we had all sorts of civil liberty infractions for the duration of World War II.
and
We made some people wear gold stars on their arm.
Yeah, I mean, but the reason I felt it necessary to just explain that in this context is because even though you were involved in World War II, that's not something that you as Americans have actually experienced on your soil.
It's not just on the soil, Brian. The thing that really struck me when I used to live in the UK is it doesn't matter where you're at. You can be in Wales, Scotland, or England. You visit any town or village, there will be a war memorial with people who died in that town or village. Every in village.
True.
And that's not true of America. You know, it didn't affect every single corner of our country in the way that it did in Europe. Not by a mile.
Yeah. To be fair, though, a lot of those are shared with World War One, but point made nonetheless.
Yeah. All right, Brian, I think it's your turn.
Question 35, yeah?
Yeah.
Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world.
Necessary is another trapping word, horrible word there. Chris, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I mean, I think when I think about surveillance, I'd say there's a lot more corporate surveillance going on than government surveillance.
Yeah, but government can tap into that legally.
All right, Rob.
The very existence of the state is a threat to our liberty. Well, I know how Wayne's going to answer that.
All right.
Okay, number 37, Wayne.
Regardless of political opinions, it is important to side with your country.
On all things?
that's how I take it.
A little nationalism every now and then.
Right.
I guess
Yeah,
no
but
matter how bad the government is, and no matter what it does, we're supposed to
Right,
support
right.
it no matter what. Yeah, that's messed.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I guess I just gave away
That's a
my.
pretty quick one there. Right, kids, your turn.
It is question 38. All authority should be questioned.
I have to
not much to talk
away on
about
that
there.
one because I literally raised my kids with that very phrase. Question authority. It's like right there on the wall in my living room.
When I started questioning authority, I gave up my job as a pastor of a church, quit believing in the Bible, and quit believing in government. So I guess, I mean, different people go different ways with it. But I think it's healthy. I feel like I'm a more well-rounded person than I was when I was a conservative Christian. So
Wayne,
Well,
that's without a doubt, and I don't mean to patronize you, but you're just like a more natural person now to when I first met you. You know what I
I
mean?
appreciate it.
Okay.
You're not the first to say that.
I was going to say, but are you happy?
I'm way more happy now than I was when I first left because I was out of a job and people hated me. But that was 6 years ago, so I'm okay now and better than ever.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. Right. Whose turn is it now? You see.
Who just asked the last one? Was
Mike.
36, 37,
Mike.
38, 30. Yeah, 30. Yeah, Mike.
39.
Why are we listening to you? I'm questioning your authority.
Good question. You're basically the answer is you're listening to me? Wow.
Because it's his show.
Because we agreed to come on the show under that pretense.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Michael, go ahead.
39. A hierarchical state is best.
2 words from me on this one. We are a hierarchical ape. That is our species type.
Yeah, you can't get rid of it. They'll always be there. There'll always be a hierarchy.
You can't get rid of it, whether you consider it best or not. It's always going to be there. So it's endemic to our nature as apes.
No matter what kind of,
Right.
no matter how we relate to each other from a point of view of whether or not there should be a government or not, there's always going to be somebody who's in charge of a family or a community. I agree with that. There's
Not
always
only that,
historically speaking, the person or persons who are in charge are those who are most ruthless.
Yeah, historically speaking, absolutely. But however impotent the hierarchy, for pure utility, organizational reasons, you will have hierarchy.
Right. Right. So let's answer that question and move on. If my screen will change, please. Fucking hell. Hang on. There we go.
All right. We're over halfway.
Okay, number 40. It is important that the government follows the majority opinion, even if it is wrong. Maybe Brexit comes to mind. I wonder if they had that in mind when they wrote this question.
Could Plato have actually been a visionary? This is a callback to populace makes poor decisions, isn't it?
I think there's a lot of uneducated people who vote in mass, and it gets us into situations that, as a whole, maybe we shouldn't be in.
Now you're just making arguments for voter suppression, Wayne.
I think.
No, I don't vote. I don't believe in voting. I vote for my own life. Only time I've ever voted in the last probably 8 years was when they tried to raise a tax in my community, and I went to the polls and said no. Other than that, I've never voted for a person in like 8 years. So
wow. Right. I just want to say about what I think of this question, because it says it's important that the government follows the majority opinion, even if it is wrong. Well, no, if the majority opinion is, for example, gay people can't get married or whatever, using that as a pertinent example of the past sort of 10 years, then I think, no, the majority opinion shouldn't supersede, something that is clearly morally wrong.
Well, I say fuck the government and get married anyway.
So
Does jumping over a broomstick still count in some states?
I don't know. Right. Okay, it's your turn, Brian. Number 41.
The stronger the leadership, the better.
Rob?
Again, hierarchical ape again.
Hi. Okay. I'm reading now.
Yeah, 42.
Democracy is more than a decision-making process.
Democracy is mob rule.
Only in its extreme form.
Okay, 43, Wayne.
I don't under. I'm gonna just put neutral. I gave away that answer. Sorry.
That's
Anyway,
all right.
environmental regulations are essential.
Yeah, how free do you want your corporations to be in this market?
All right.
Corporations only exist because of government.
I'm not so sure I agree with that, but that's a whole rabbit
Yeah, that's
hole. I don't want to go down that rabbit
question.
hole at all. Because we got to knock this out, man. We're on question 44. Kazoom, it's your turn.
All right. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology.
Personally, I wish the automation part wasn't in there because it'd make it easier to swing where I want to swing. But yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the technology. Again, have you not seen RoboCop? It's an excellent movie.
Or Terminator, or there's loads of them.
No, but RoboCop is a really good one because it really does explore this whole corporate government dystopia that we're skirting the edges of on these questions.
It's a pretty spot on depiction of Detroit too.
Oh yeah, that movie took place in Detroit, didn't it?
Yeah. Right, Michael, this should be a quick one.
Children should be educated in religious or traditional values.
Ooh, as a topic or as a medium?
I think it's good to know those things. I don't regret learning the Bible through and through, even no matter what I think of it now. I think it makes you a more well-rounded person if you can teach it from an objective point of view, any religion.
It's hard,
or any
though,
values.
it's hard to teach that to kids without them taking it to heart, though. And some of these concepts that get taught in religion, like the concept, to even think something sinful is a sin, is just, I think that's a damaging thing to teach to a kid. But
I don't think.
Well, that's why I say from like just a general perspective, I'm not talking about being fundamental about religion. I'm talking about saying this is what this group of people believe, and now you can relate to them, or that these people believe this. That's why they think this way. I'm not saying to fill children with dogma. I hate that. That's one thing I do hate and regret that I was even ever a tool in that.
All right, I just have one thing I have to say about that. These people believe this is hilarious to me, Wayne. Hilarious to me. Because there's only a couple of irreducible minimums that you can come up with when it comes to Christians. Christians believe that Jesus Christ lived and died and was resurrected. That's pretty much the irreducible minimum, right? Muslims believe that Muhammad was their prophet, that Jesus was also a prophet, Moses was a prophet, and blah, blah, blah. And the Quran is their holy book. That's their irreducible minimum.
Yeah.
To try to over-generalize beyond those irreducible minimums, I think, and especially to kids, nah, it's hard enough to explain it to adults. That's my opinion. Anyway, yeah. I think it's my turn to get on with it. So let's answer 45 and move on to 46 now. Traditions are of no value on their own.
Yeah, one word, context.
I would just my only comment personally would be that nothing has value on its own. We bring value to stuff. I mean, that's just my opinion. So
yeah, nothing's in a vacuum, even the tradition.
Right.
I agree with that.
Right. 47, Brian.
Religion should play a role in government.
Oh man.
Of course it should. Come on. Everybody knows that.
We know how that works out.
Moving on.
Churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed.
Okay, the problem with that for me is that I actually believe churches should be taxed, but I understand the argument that if the churches are paying into the system, they therefore then have a voice, don't they, in the process? And so
They already do. They already do.
Right, that's the problem. But that's
Yeah.
the problem. So yeah.
So I mean, initially in this country, churches were taxed, the faith-based groups in the country saw it as an attack on religion, and over years and years and years of running people, they finally got their own folks into office, and that was what changed. Fundamentally changed our country.
I'm jealous.
Traditionally, here in Europe, religions were often tasked with collecting taxes.
Right.
That's wow.
So, but I think, if you're going to have a say in a society, then you pay into it. It's no more complicated than that.
All right, Wayne, you're on to 49.
Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life.
No discussion.
We could talk about the melting polar ice caps and the permafrosts that's releasing new and bacteria and various other archaeological single cellular life,
which will cause human beings to mutate into X-Men. I can hardly wait. Right. I think it's your turn, Kazoo.
All right. Question 50. It's kind of a continuation of the last one. It is important that we work as a united world to combat climate change.
Is this saying that personal responsibility is important? Is that basically?
I think uniting the world would have to include personal responsibility as well as intergovernmental cooperation.
Okay.
That's my opinion anyway. Mike?
51. Society was no better many years ago than it is now.
Hey, mine said society was better.
Yeah, we've just slipped into backward state.
So
just trying to throw us a curveball.
Does yours say something different?
Mine says society was better many years ago than it is now.
That's what mine says.
Oh, well, I read mine wrong.
Oh.
There you go.
Wait, what's the question number you're on?
Society was society was better many years ago than it is now.
51. Okay.
I'm sorry. I just got my second vaccine shot yesterday. I'm a little out of it. I'm seeing words that aren't there.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I think we can answer that one and move on. Question 52. It is important that we maintain the traditions of our past.
Which traditions, though?
Some were good. Some we should scrap. Some we should embrace. I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
It's like everything else. They're always evolving. So it's like a pick and mix.
Yeah.
It's going on
all the time. Answer and move on then, because we don't want to make this test take forever and ever and ever. So Brian, you're up.
It is important that we think in the long term beyond our lifespans. I think that's a no-brainer. Moving on.
Yeah.
Unless the simulation is based on your life, like Tom Brady or Elon Musk, then when they're gone, we're gone. So,
well, when my universe ends, so do you.
Yeah. Well, and God could always provide. and make sure that the planet is plentiful forever.
Who's
Rob?
on 54?
Reason is more important than maintaining our culture.
What? Isn't that like the most outrageous juxtaposition you've ever heard of?
Wouldn't it be
Well-
reasonable to do
Maintain
whatever?
your culture?
Well,
What-
some cultures are worse than others. I know that's probably controversial, but if your culture says it's okay to castrate young people, or if your culture says it's okay to pee anywhere you want to, which there are cultures who have these examples, then maybe it's time to become more reasonable and kind of shift your culture.
I just want to
Are we
just
talking about
complete,
Detroit again?
What?
possibly.
Are we talking about Detroit again?
I just want to sour the well on this one by just saying point blank that I use a piece of studio software to create music with that's called Reason. So I think it's vital.
Fair enough. All right, Wayne, the next one's on you. It should be a quickie.
All right. Drug use should be legalized or decriminalized.
Kazoo?
Same-sex marriage should be legal.
These are all no-brainers, aren't they? These.
Well, I mean, it doesn't leave a lot of room for discussion, that's for sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, cultural context again.
Sure.
Who's 57?
Yeah,
Mike.
Mike's your turn.
No cultures are superior to others.
Yes. Personally, I wish I had been born into a cannibalistic culture at which I could have died within the first 8 years.
Okay, question number 58. This is a quickie, guys. Sex outside marriage is immoral. No discussion is necessary.
Wayne.
Hey, you'd be
Brian,
surprised
you
how
know-
I answered it. So
Me?
Yeah, you're on.
If we accept migrants at all, it is important that they assimilate into our culture. Well, it's a when in Rome thing, isn't it?
Abortion should be prohibited in most or all cases.
well, who's going to do the prohibiting?
All right, Wayne, you're up. 61.
All right. All right. Let's see. Gun ownership should be prohibited for those without a valid reason.
This is going to sort out the hens from the chickens, isn't it?
What's a valid reason? But
Okay, like in the UK, for example, Rob, it's not illegal to own a gun, but you need a valid reason. For example, if you're a farmer and you've got 500 acres and vermin that is going to threaten your livestock, you might be allowed to have a shotgun, for example, on your property in a locked box with a separate locked box that has your ammunition in it, which your weapon can never be loaded on your property unless you're going out to kill the vermin, for example, or perhaps a lamb which breaks its neck and you got to put it out of its misery, that kind of thing.
so then anybody can say that they're
Reason,
hunters.
huh?
But then
We
anybody
don't. No, we don't have hunting. We don't have much livestock that is large enough for that sort of hunting.
Yeah,
The
but
only-
the US does.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we don't. Yeah, the only people that could hunt would be royalty or
Right, well, they own
landowners who are hunting
That's
their own.
exactly right. The
land.
royal family, the deer in the country are all property of the queen or the sovereign. who at the moment is the queen. And it's the same with swans for some reason. I don't think they eat the swans though, but they definitely eat the deer. I mean, when you're in Richmond Park, which is between Kingston and Richmond, it's full of deer. There's hundreds of deer in there, walking around, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same with wild pigs in the New Forest.
I support anybody's right to be able to defend themselves, especially women, minorities, disabled. There's
Okay,
always,
so you think, therefore, Wayne, you think that self-defense is a valid reason. So do you
Yeah.
answer the question or not?
What's that?
If you think self-defense is a valid reason, then you would stand to reason that you agree with the question. You agree with the premise of the question.
Yeah, I mean, well, let me go back. I've already answered. So, gun ownership should be prohibited for those without a valid reason. I can't. Who am I? I'm not accountable to anybody of what I think is a valid reason to own a gun. What if to me my reason to own a gun is just because I like the way it looks hanging up on my wall or something? Who's it anybody else's business? I think that's not a reason why I would own a gun, but why am I the one to dictate what's a valid reason for you to own a gun?
Yeah, I'm with
Why would it need to be anything other than a non-functional replica if you just want to hang it on the wall?
Maybe you like to shoot targets.
Oh my God, how long has Amy been here? How long have you been there?
Oh, I don't know, like 2 minutes or something.
Okay. Oh my goodness. All right.
I have to say though, I might not be here for very long. I meant to do the things today, and I'm sorry I didn't make it. But it's car stuff. Like we've been trying to buy new vehicles and whatever. And anyway, car stuff. And so mechanic may be coming back out here. We're expecting him in like, I don't know, probably another 45 minutes or so. At which point I have to go out and do things under my hood, and then I may be back.
Well, please feel free to join in the discussion, even though you can't join in the test because we're already 62 questions into a 70-question test.
Holy shit, it was that many questions?
62.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a long-ass test. I thought I was signing up for something way less long.
It's
So
your
did
turn.
we all.
62.
So please, is it okay for me to just say, like, so you're taking the test currently and you're on a question and the question was what, and you guys are discussing all of your answers to that particular question?
No, we're discussing the question, but we're not telling each other how we're answering it. We're answering in secret, and at the end, we're going to all compare our different results.
Gotcha.
Some of them are really obvious.
Yeah, some of them don't really need very much discussion. Like the next one, Kazoom. Go ahead and read it.
Yeah, and it doesn't.
Is there a link for this I can look at?
Yeah, there's links.
Yes,
in the private chat.
Search for.
Oh, I can't see the history.
If you search for the number 8, the values, so 8 values as one word, and you should run into the test.
Okay. I get it.
There it is.
8 values test. Boom. First thing that popped up. Got it.
And so question 62 is, I support single-payer universal health care.
And that's a no-brainer, whichever side of the fence you fall.
Yeah. All right, Mike.
Prostitution should be illegal.
Again.
My body, my choice.
Move straight on from that. I don't think that's there's not a lot of room for discussion without giving away your answer. All right, question 64. Maintaining family values is essential.
Oh, define values.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Depends on whose family.
Essential to who?
Yeah.
And whose family?
Yeah.
And is it essential that the family next door also holds these values?
So many questions.
You know what? I feel like a couple weeks ago I was commenting on why I sometimes hate taking tests because I feel like the questions are so poorly formulated. That is one of those questions where you're just like, I don't even know how to evaluate this question so that I can answer it, right?
Right. Well, that's the whole point. We discussed this at the beginning because they deliberately make questions loaded so that you'll have a strong reaction one way or the other, or maybe not such a strong reaction one way or the other. So, you know,
strong reaction.
Like that on purpose. There's no way you could really make a test that has politically neutral questions. All right, Brian, I think it's your turn.
Okay. Hang on. 65. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. Again,
To chase anything at all
To
costs.
chase, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, well, that's kind of a dumb thing to say. Like, what? No. Oh, these questions.
yeah,
Wait,
but
wait.
loaded
chase-
questions are us.
To chase non-danger at all costs is dangerous. No.
Yes, but
That's
here we
the
go.
only
Next
thing.
one, Rob. The next one,
Con-
Rob, is a really interesting one.
Conceptually, though, yeah, chasing love.
Genetic modification is a force for good, even on humans.
Oh my God. How did you guys even answer these? Like, not what were your answers, but how did you come to decide what you should answer? Is it like on
We
a scale?
haven't answered it yet.
I
How
will
can
say,
you? How can you even answer it? I mean, what?
Well,
I will say
unsure
on a
is an
bunch of them,
option.
I didn't choose strongly agree or disagree on a bunch of them because a lot of them are so loaded. It's just, if you feel
Yeah.
really, some of them, if you feel really strongly one way or the other, you're kind of an extremist. So,
Okay, that's
But
fair.
some of those questions have been designed in a way that if you don't have a strong reaction one way or the other, then
Right. Yeah. All right. Whose turn is it? Wayne?
We should open our borders to immigration.
immigration is theft.
Did I detect a tone there?
Freedom of movement.
Was that a tone?
I think there's a difference. There's a difference in flavor to the term "we should open our borders to immigration" than there is to the term "have open borders."
yeah, there is. You've got legal immigration, which I'm all for, being married to a legal immigrant, and
Right.
you've got illegal immigration, which I'm not so keen on because, it can be really destructive.
All right, Kiz.
Lines.
All right, question 68. Governments should be as concerned about foreigners as they are about their own citizens.
What does that even mean?
I feel like
I think it
that
means in
question
terms
should
of
be the other
health
way
and
around.
welfare.
Governments should be should be as concerned about their own citizens as they are about foreigners. For fuck's sake, how much food do we give away in the United States every year while we have people starving on our own streets? Like,
Yeah, see, that's a problem of corporate greed and logistics. This country produces enough food to feed the entire world, and we don't because we're greedy fuckers.
well, somebody.
So when are we having your chlorinated chicken? I want to know.
We're having what?
When are we getting your chlorinated chicken in a can?
Ew, is that a thing?
Yeah,
Let's
it
hope
is
not.
a thing. Chicken in a can is terrible. Yeah.
I did not even know that was a thing.
All right, Michael, you got my
I feel
favorite
like an
question, number
asshole.
69.
Okay, let's take this slowly. We don't want to finish the test too quickly here.
We don't?
All
got two
people,
questions left.
regardless of factors like culture or sexuality, should be treated equally.
Oh, shoulda, woulda, coulda, Mike. Jeez.
That's a hard question. I feel like they're trying to be tricky in that question.
They're trying to
mean-
be tricky in all the questions. They're trying to trick us.
Why?
Yeah.
Why would someone's sexual preference or where they're from have any bearing on how I treat them? If they're an asshole or if they're a good person, I think that's for me. That's the determining factor. I don't.
Yeah, but they
Because-
might do it in their bedroom and not have curtains.
because
Wayne.
of something that you mentioned earlier, natural law, and a lot of people are going to would consider people in same-sex couples or from certain cultures to be in violation of their moral code of their own idea of what natural law is. That's why natural law is bullshit.
Actually, I was
Well-
totally thinking of that from a different angle.
So natural law meaning like don't treat like basically I just mean the non-aggression principle.
Natural law, though, is a thing with a definition, and it's about unchanging moral principles is what it's about. That's what natural
Is
law is.
isn't that the moral principle that probably anybody could agree on? Don't kill and steal. I don't
But
know.
it's not
Maybe
the
not.
Okay, so here's the
but
thing though.
that's
So when
one
we,
thing, though.
it depends on what we're doing, right? Because so I feel like this is a tricky question, because I feel like there's two scenarios here. One is the scenario wherein you involve yourself in basically philosophical / thought experiments or whatever it may be, that you must consider that all people all have the same equal human rights, like the veil of ignorance, Jonathan Rawls, right? You have, and so in order to come up with laws and processes and other such things that are in fact fair and judicious. However, in the reality of dealing with actual peoples in the world, you cannot treat every single person like always the same, because that person has the ability to take actions. And I promise you, if somebody ran up to you and punched you in the street because you were a faggot, right, and they hated you, that you certainly wouldn't treat that person as equally as you would treat like the next person. You would not think of that person even the same. Like, this person has shown, right, that they're does that make sense? So like there's like two different ways of.
I can sum that up in a very simple sentence. I would definitely treat somebody differently if they come running at me with cupcakes than I would if they come running at me with a battle axe or a sword.
Yeah, that's the determining factor, though. I mean,
Yeah.
So like
I want somebody to be running at me with cupcakes.
What
Yeah,
if it's Gallagher?
but
Do you really want it if it's Gallagher?
Here's the thing.
Okay, I think everybody
back
can
into the
answer.
question, putting it back into the question of into the context of the question, is that what we would actually consider to be culture or sexuality?
What? What's cultural sexuality?
Running at somebody with cupcakes and or a sword.
Right. I think we should all answer number 69.
Yeah,
and move on to the final
answer
question.
and move on.
Wait, that
Okay.
question was number 69.
This question is question 7.
Yes, it was.
Drum roll, please. It's the last question.
So
It is
define
important that we further my group's goals above all others.
Wait. Your group's, not mine.
Well, I think all of us are supposed to be answering it as if it's mine.
Yeah.
Okay, but
we're in a
which group?
6-person commune, don't forget, that's just expanded to 7, so your booby
Finally,
issue has been solved, Rob. It's all right, she missed it. We can move on. We can gloss over and move on.
I missed something. I'm sorry. I thought
It's
there was
fine.
a car
Don't worry
thing
about
going
it.
on in the background. I was trying to hear what the
You've
guys
got
were
car
talking
things
about.
I
going
got
on.
the same
It's
results
fine.
I got last time I took this test. I took this test, I think, in 2018 or maybe 2019.
I think thinking in that way is just a terrible way to even approach a general thought. Like, it's a horrible thought approach to life. I don't know.
Okay, so are we going to give our results?
Yeah, now once you've answered it, your results will automatically come up.
Yeah.
4
I've
different
got 'em.
axes. You've got the economic axis, the diplomatic axis, the civil axis, and the societal axis. And then at the bottom of all that, it will give you your overall result and describe what they think your overall personal political leanings is. Mine says libertarian socialism.
And that's pretty much how you've described yourself in the past.
Mine too. Yeah,
This might actually surprise you. I come up as a democratic socialist.
Okay.
Libertarian capitalism.
Shocking, I know, right?
Yeah, mine is libertarian socialism.
Okay.
Mine says social liberalism.
Right.
Wow. So all you Americans are libs of some description.
Dirty.
Except for Wayne,
dirty
he was a
lib.
libertarian capitalist.
But that's still lib, right?
Yeah, but it's still lib.
I guess. Yeah.
Dang libs.
I'm actually surprised that on the economic axis, I'm only 86.5% capitalist.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to go over our individual like economic access?
Yeah,
I'm
let's do
socialist.
that. Let's do that. We'll start with Brian and end with me. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, on the so we're just doing one axis each circle, each round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or doing okay.
Economic axis. I'm a socialist by 82.1%.
Yeah. Same for me, except 79.5% socialist.
Oh,
86.5% capitalist.
78.8% socialist.
67.3% social.
Mike.
And mine is the highest one. I think I got 83.3% socialist, 16.7% markets.
Wow, you're more of a communist than I am. Okay. Diplomatic access.
Actually, we read that wrong. It's not 83% socialist or whatever. Socialist is at the top, but it's equality versus markets. Mine was 83.3% equality versus 16.7% markets. So I think we slightly
we've read that
wrong.
wrong. Okay.
Modified the
All right.
word, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, equality versus markets. Yeah.
All right. What's your
Okay.
diplomatic access then?
Diplomatic access is peaceful, with 35.6% nation, 64.4% world.
And mine is also peaceful with 33.3% nation and 66.7% world.
Mine's also peaceful with 39.4% nation and 60.6% world.
Mine is peaceful with 34.4% nation and 65.6 world.
Peaceful, 37.8% nation, 62.2% world.
Now, isn't that fascinating?
And mine is also peaceful, 27.8% nation. I think that's the lowest one, and 72.8% world.
Okay. Civil access, moderate. 55.5% liberty and 44.5% authority.
For me, civil access, libertarian, 75.4% liberty, 24.6% authority.
Are you surprised by that, Rob?
No.
No? Okay.
No, it's something I say all the time about the way I view the government. You know, I mean, they're good for regulating things and for keeping people safe, but stay the fuck out of my bed and out of my house.
If
Right,
it's not
what about you?
necessary.
I'm surprised by mine. Civil access liberal. I'm 69.5% liberty and 30.5% authority.
I'm
I don't know
exactly
how.
the same.
Mine says civil access liberal. It's 72.7% liberty and 27.3% authority.
I have a worse score than Wayne.
Oh my!
I have civil access liberal, 61.7% liberty, 38.3% authority.
Wow.
Oh, Mike, you authoritarian.
And mine is exactly the same as Wayne, 69.5 versus 30.5. And I'll start the next one. Societal access, progressive, 26.5% tradition, 73.5% progress.
Again, I'm also progressive with 31% tradition and 69 progress.
Sorry, I was texting. Wait, what are we doing now? Oh, societal access, very progressive with 16.7% tradition and 83.3% progress.
Mine is neutral. Societal access neutral, 47.1% traditional and 52.9% progress.
All right, mine says very progressive, 22.3% tradition and 77.7% progress.
Mine's very progressive at 19.7% tradition and 80.3% progressive.
So
Well, all I
was Robert lower than yours, or was yours lower than Rob's?
I was higher. I think I was the highest on progressive.
Rob's slightly higher than mine on progress.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys that really scored low on tradition, you were given some really sucky traditions.
Wow,
So-
that was pretty interesting. Thank you guys for being so indulgent and putting up with all that. And I'm glad that we didn't have to take 5 hours to do the whole test, because the first hour was only like 14 questions, and I'm looking at it, I'm going, oh Jesus, what are we getting ourselves into here? So thankfully, you know, some of them were so like non-discussion worthy, we could zip through it a little bit easier.
Yeah, it was just a case of pick your flavor and move on, wasn't it? For a lot of
Right.
There's something that's come up, and it came up earlier in the discussion, and it's also come up with CRB Vegas. I'd like someone to define natural law, because there seems to be all this talk about it. It is not just the
I think Rob found a definition for it earlier in the show.
The non-aggression principle. And it's not necessarily just some Christian thing. So what? But if it is, I mean, I just want to see how people define it.
Me personally, I define it in the colloquial.
So whatever the people
When
around
I-
you normally mean when we use that term. So
When I
Yeah,
said it,
basically
I
like
was
law of the jungle, or you know.
yeah.
well. When I said it, I was thinking the non-aggression principle. So maybe I misused the word, but I do think that nobody wants to be killed or hurt, and nobody wants to be a victim of theft. So I think for me that would be natural, that people want to preserve their own livelihood. So you have the responsibility to treat your neighbor the same way.
That's beautiful, Wayne, but it assumes that there's no such thing as hypocrisy in the world.
Oh, there is hypocrisy, and there's going to be people who are going to. There's going to be people, and this is definitely a discussion that even amongst the anarcho-capitalists they have about, well, if someone is running away from a bear but they have to cross your property, you know, what do they do? You know, so I mean, there's nuance. I mean, but there are people smarter than I who probably have better answers. But I think if we just don't be dicks to people, that could be pretty good. That could be a good start.
So
Yeah, I mean, we've got I mean, for those who in the audience who are looking at it from whatever religious principle or non-religious principle, you've got the common thread of the golden rule: treat others as you would expect to be treated yourself. And I think one of the reasons why that is so commonly found in so many cultures is that it is a natural, an emergent property, shall we say, of entities that have empathy. So it's a natural law in that sense of the word.
yeah, you can't really separate natural law from its contextual meaning in earlier writings, like centuries ago, where
Hobbes.
it included God's will.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean,
can I? Sorry, because you asked, and so I just decided I was gonna delve into Google for a second and see what Google said, and here's
I just did too.
yeah, natural law is a theory in ethics and philosophy that says that human beings possess intrinsic values that govern our reasoning and behavior. That concise definition seems to align with how I usually hear people throw that around, but I actually don't think that that's a very solid statement.
Well, it's consistent with emergent properties that come with various things like intelligence, empathy.
It says
Stuff
natural
like
law
that.
maintains that the rules of right and wrong are inherent in people and are not created by society or court judges.
Which
It
is
basically,
nonsense.
yeah, it is nonsense. It also implies that there is a higher law, like a godly or a spiritual law, which
Right, which is what I was saying, because
right,
which was what I was saying, because it basically means that there's an unchanging moral principle or principles. And well, then who decides that? In order for it to be a unchanging moral principle. It would have to come from some kind of lawgiver that is outside the realm of human contamination. And the only
Well,
thing that fits into that
or
category is God. And so
or
since there's no God,
as I said, be an emergent property of some intrinsic brain function.
well, that, or it could be also, I would say that it could also be a derivative of people's observations of the natural world that is around them. So whatever they,
That too.
so for example, homo and heterosexuality, right? People often think, they say that homosexuality is unnatural because in nature they hugely observe more than anything else that the animals are heterosexual, even though we have all kinds of, now that we, I don't know, can study all the animals on the globe, you know, and
Yeah.
follow them.
And
We know now that that's not the case, but we
and
now
there is
have,
a growing
you know, a
there's a
window
growing
like
body of
this.
okay,
data that it
Right.
does occur in the
Well,
natural
and
world.
so then natural law becomes that male and female, even though that's not actually the case.
Right.
But, you know, when you're living in 900
See,
AD and you see this many animals,
right.
you
And
know,
discussing homosexual behavior in wild animals, while interesting, I always thought it was a poor argument to defend homosexuality in
I
any
wasn't
form.
using it in that. I
So,
wasn't using it in
but,
that
but I'm
way,
saying
Robert.
that's normally when it comes up. That's typically when it comes up. And while it's true, um, the kind of relationships that humans develop between each other is pretty rare in animals, even though there is homosexual behavior.
You
I see with
see it. You
dolphins.
see it. You see it between pets and their owners all the time.
Yeah.
So,
well,
well, let me clarify what I think about this, because I think that morals do change. I don't think they're static. I think over time and over different societies have different morals. I totally believe that. But I do believe that everyone is interested in preserving their lives. So that's what I was thinking of natural law. I was thinking, if you're gonna not murder or hurt someone else, or if you're not gonna instigate any type of aggression towards someone else, that's natural, because it's in self-preservation more
Right.
than not just about being nice to somebody.
Right. That's
Now,
basically the Hobbesian that's like basically the center of Hobbesian natural law. Is a precept or general rule found out by reason, by which a man is forbidden to do that which is destructive of his own life, or takes away the means of preserving the same, and to omit that by which he thinks it may be best preserved. So self-preservation, basically.
Yeah.
And there's also another definition. It says natural law in philosophy, a system of right or justice held to be common to all humans and derived from nature rather than from the rules of society or positive law.
Which is kind of what I was saying, I
Right.
think.
It's basically objective morality.
Or as close to
yeah,
it as
yeah.
one can get with a subjective
Right.
thing.
Right.
And it's
Because right.
ridiculous to, oh, it's a
Because there's
ridiculous notion.
the only thing that's objective is there's nothing that's objective.
Yeah,
Well,
and
would you say that empathy is quantifiable?
Yes.
In that case, if you can quantify something, then you have an objective metric by which you can measure something.
I think that it is possible. I am not sure we have the ability to do something like that yet as humans, because I think that it is very ambiguous.
If it's not measurable, is it demonstrable?
Is
I'm just
empathy
walking.
demonstrable?
I'm just working through the scientific process here, Rob. So please indulge me.
No,
No,
I am. I'm clarifying what you're
Okay.
asking.
So is empathy demonstrable? Is it demonstrable to can you show empathy in creatures, in animals other than humans?
Yes.
Okay. So it is something that potentially could be quantifiable, even if we don't have the tools to do it now.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I think. I don't think that we really have a very good ability
Okay.
to do that, but I think that
Okay.
it could be.
So we do have an objective metric potentially by which we could measure certain emergent properties of the brain.
In general, I actually have a unit of measure for time that I actually like. It's one I've really embraced. I like to measure time in Scaramucci's. So,
Is that the length of time between he's in the media?
well, it was the amount of time that he was, in the government, in his office.
Oh, that dude. Yeah.
It's 11 days. A Scaramucci, and if you don't know, a Scaramucci is 11 days long. So you've got like a day, right? You have a week, which is 7 days. You have a Scaramucci, which is that's 11 days, and a month. So.
I actually like that one.
You have a Scaramucci, which is 11 days, and a fortnight, which is 14
It's not
days.
quite a fortnight.
Man, you were saying that, all I could think of is, you count seconds by saying Scaramouche. Never mind.
Like 1,000, 2, 1,000, Scaramouche.
Maybe when dancing the fandango.
What is objective truth? Vegas, what? Give me an example of objective truth. Now, remember, it's got to be objective. It can't be just your opinion of what objective truth is, because then by definition, it's not objective. Objective means that it's like unchanging, unchangeable. Doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what your experiences are. Everyone will believe that something is true.
I would say,
I was just going to say there are things that there is a truth to the way the universe works, but whether we have an understanding of that, I mean, I guess I don't know where I was going. Sorry.
No, I mean that's actually, I think that's kind of valid. But the problem with it is it's useless until we have that way of understanding it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Maybe self-preservation.
Can I just say that the entire scientific endeavor is underpinned by objective truths, things that are demonstrable, things that are measurable, things that are predictable,
Repeatable.
Those things change because that's the nature of science. There is no dogma. There is nothing unchangeable. There is nothing that can be proven. There's nothing that's not falsifiable. Everything in science is subjective, or it's subject to more and further and future evidence. So everything. If it can change, if it can be, it's always true. Everything in science is changeable. Everything in science is temporary, or at least it's permanent until it's replaced.
I would agree with you if you were talking about our understanding of any particular topic, but not the technologies and objective entities, realities that we extract along the way.
What?
It's those objective entities that we extract along the way that are responsible for technology. Because they are based on predictable.
Things like what Rob's saying is that they're always subject, no matter what, to the scientific method.
Understanding is subject to change.
No,
yes,
but
that's all.
But the basic mechanics isn't.
But that's all we have is our understanding.
Yes, but the universe has its actual mechanics, and that's what we're trying to understand. Right. And it's those mechanics, as we uncover them, that form the objective
but those
entities.
Mechanics, okay, but so we don't know that we don't know that to be true, though, because those mechanics, those things, let me finish. We watch them unfold. They all unfold inside a closed system. The universe is a closed system, as far as we know. So anything outside of that system would follow different rules, or would not, or necessarily operate in the way that we understand things to be.
But that doesn't invalidate the validity of the objectivity of those rules within the system.
Only within the system, though, and then by which case then it's now conditional. So, if it's conditional,
so talk to me from outside the system, and then we have a conversation.
It's not possible.
It's not possible, but that's not not relevant.
I understand. I get what
we
you're
are
saying.
but we are confined by those objective those objective limits?
Our experience of reality, right, is only possible through the mechanics of the universe that you're talking about, that we have no power to change and that we don't fully understand, and we see them as being objective truths. My point is that there
Would you
is existence outside of that operates or may operate differently. We have no evidence to lean on to say that everything is
Later.
exactly the same.
Oh,
Later,
goodbye.
Wayne. So because of that, there's a condition placed on what we're calling objective truth. And because there is a condition placed on it, it is no longer objective. It is subjective to the rules that we know.
I think what he's saying is, I'm sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
You can certainly give it a go whilst I try and formulate a response.
I guess that I feel like what you're saying is that regardless of our knowledge of it, it exists. That's all. That there is a mechanics to how the universe is run. It exists whether or not we know about it, and obviously we do not know about all of it. And that whatever that is
I want to change. I'm sorry. I want to change the subject a little bit. Can I? If not, we'll keep going. But I don't care.
Whatever.
Okay,
I'm just.
I want to ask.
Yeah,
I want to ask Vegas a question. Like, I want to know what he thinks about the death penalty. Like, if somebody murders, 87 children with a pencil, should this guy get the electric chair?
Okay, whilst he's formulating his response to that, I would rephrase what I was saying, given this example, maybe as an illustration. Newton's laws of motion are still valid, even though our understanding of gravity has moved way beyond Newton's ability to comprehend. Yeah. So when it comes to our understanding of those rules and how they govern our universe, I would say yes, that's ever shifting with new information.
Right.
But the basic mechanics, the basic functionality, the basic systems as we uncover are there to be discovered.
Yes, I was just going to say, as they say, we do not invent math, we only discover it.
Yeah.
Like it's there regardless of what we know about it.
If everyone,
but yeah, the only response that I'd say to CRB Vegas is what he's talking about in the chat there. I'm not sure if he was here for this, but it's such a good quote. I'm going to say it again. The lion does not give a rat's ass about the opinions of the sheep.
Right. I mean, there's to say that rape is bad, right? Okay, I believe that rape is bad. That doesn't mean that's an objective truth. There was a time in human history when most reproduction was a result of rape. There wasn't
Lot and his 2 daughters. They raped him. They got him drunk and raped him.
Yeah, and that's a biblical story. So, I mean, to say that it's objective, that's an objective rule, that is sort of objective truth, that rape is bad. Well, actually, our civilization, our societies, the world as we know it would not have come to be without rape that was happening early on. That's not to defend rape. It's just to point out that is a truth of our existence. And
but it's also a truth of our existence that culturally, and traditionally, marriage has existed as a contract mainly between men and women.
Right.
Yeah. And for some, it has been purely for reproductive reasons. For some, it has been for political reasons. Yeah. And as a hierarchical ape, which tends to fare better collaboratively than it does when it's immersed in warfare,
right.
That seems to be our tendency. Although politically, we're very complex. So every now and again, our neighbors piss us off to the extent where we just have to go round there, smack them on the nose, and take back our donkey.
Okay, so Vegas, yeah. So Vegas says, objective truth is a necessary framework for society to even function, and that's
it
not true. That
That's
just
not
isn't
No.
true.
No, we need
And
to,
Code-
we need to come together.
Codified.
things.
Codified
Yeah,
We need to come
right,
together
right.
on things to function, but that doesn't mean that that's an objective truth.
Right.
I don't
Agreed
even know
upon
where a
basis
statement like
of
that, like, what causes a statement like that to be said is kind of like what makes him think that that's actually a real thing, such that he would voice it as
conservative. It's conservative dogma. Big guy. It's
Actually,
conservative dogma.
when I read that statement, it seems like an anti-Trump statement, because the absence of truth, especially objective truth, was why Trump was so bad for us. We couldn't agree on the facts of anything.
But also,
Yeah,
I would say that there are, in fact, conditions where murder isn't bad. I would totally say
Yes.
that there are.
You're talking
agree.
about state-sanctioned execution of said murderer of 18
I am not.
whoever with a pencil?
Nope.
No,
I am
but
not a. I
And
took
apparently,
a position on the death penalty actually a few years ago.
yeah,
I
self-defense.
just wanted to add. Apparently, also Republican. I mean, I lost it. That's all right.
Oh, come on.
I was gonna say the death penalty question is the very reason why we have words like ambivalence in the dictionary.
I think that the very use of the word murder is indicative in our society that we very clearly and intellectually, like consciously, differentiate between different types of killing and even different types of murder. Death is not just death in our society, and we very well know that. And it's represented by the fact that we are so nuanced in our legal system about it.
Can I just point out that may be true for your society, where everybody's got a gun in their glove compartment?
You guys don't have like murder 1, murder 2, murder 3. You don't have
We
involuntary,
do.
manslaughter.
We do, but we don't have things like, for example, stand your ground laws.
Right, but what I'm saying
we don't have that sort of nuance when, okay, under this specific circumstance, then case law provides for this outcome. But
sure,
in that slightly different nuance, then it's a different outcome.
Well, yeah, but you still have that in the UK. I mean, you might not have that specific one, but you guys still differentiate between different types of death, between, death and...
The humorous point that I'm trying to make and failing very badly is that you've got different types of guns, therefore you've got different types of homicide.
Okay, so the thing is...
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were being funny. I was like into that.
The argument about objective truth being necessary for society, the reason why that kind of thinking and that exact objective truth is necessary for society to function, the reason why that's so prevalent in conservative circles is it makes it really easy to other people in other societies.
What's so ridiculous about it is that we can't even know what objective truth is. We're literally living in a society without it.
So basically, what ends up happening is
Zoom.
Yeah, Kazum is. I don't know if he's. I don't know.
Kazum, you're muted.
So see, what is a nation? It has nothing at all to do with the question. What is a nation? Has absolutely nothing to do with the question. So anyway, objective truth being necessary to function. What that does is, if somebody in a Muslim country decides to bury their wife up to her neck and the whole neighborhood stones her to death, we can then say that is evil, and they are evil because they've done that, because they have violated what we consider to be an objective truth, a moral imperative of the universe that cannot be changed. Therefore, they're evil people. And if you try to say that objective truth doesn't exist, like I just did, then the argument is, then you must think it's okay to kill women and children just because they looked at something they shouldn't have looked at, like they do in those evil Muslim countries. That is the purpose of saying that there's objective truth. It is a way to divide, and it is a way to to be able to pivot to attack somebody who doesn't agree with you or see the world you do.
By the way, I'd just like to say on behalf of our red coat Christians, speak for your own Christians, damn it.
I just want to make a distinction. I mean, I've been following the conversation without really saying anything, but I mean, there's a difference, I think, anyway, between objective truth and scientific truth. And scientific truth definitely exists. I mean, you know, E equals MC squared. Boom. That exists.
Can I ask you a question? Yep. How do you define that difference, if I may?
The way Brian was earlier, there are certain things that you can measure, and by measuring them and the fact that you get the same results by different, observers, that's where you find your scientific truth, right? Science, by definition, everything has to be postulated, then tested and retested and retested and retested until it's sufficiently determined that the results have been repeated often enough or consistently enough,
that we can count on it reliably.
Right. And if everything, almost all science is being based on numbers, it should come out the same every single time. Numbers are numbers, you know what I mean?
But that's exactly why I use the example of empathy. Yeah, because we all know that for example, anyone that's ever had a dog, knows that you can use a certain tone of voice with that dog, and you can elicit very nuanced, exact reactions. For example,
cats too.
Yeah, cats as well. Yeah, but I use dogs because they seem to be more prevalent in people's understanding of the bond that exists.
Well,
cats
true,
tend to be a more. Well, so do cats. Twice, in fact.
But I mean, like, not as our protectors / hunting mates, right? Like,
no,
dogs
but as domestic.
Yes, I agree.
So, okay, Vegas has said that the objective truth might be to go with the lesser of two evils. But that, again, deciding which is the lesser of two evils is a subjective choice.
I would also add to that an objective truth might be, if it might, then it's not objective.
Can I say a thing?
Well,
so I'm struggling a little bit, I guess, just with this notion, because I think that we all realize that people in society it's malleable how we are, how we live, what we think is good and bad, and those knowledges change constantly based on what we learn and how we advance. I feel like it is okay for both of these things to exist, that it is okay for there to be some kind of objective universal truth that simply exists as the operating mechanism, but that we have the ability to constantly be changing around that, right? So let's say, for example, you put yard art. This is just a really lame example, but let's say you take a bunch of car parts, you weld them together, you paint them like audacious colors, you put them in your yard, and it's 1960, and this is amazing yard art, okay? And at the time, this is viewed by everybody as amazing art, but 35 years later it's viewed as junk in someone's yard, because we around that thing which has not changed, we change based on our needs, our environment, our perspectives, the stuff that we've learned about it. Like, what if we learned it was all lead and it was poisoning the water? Our relationship to that thing,
I can give you.
Does that make sense? No,
well,
but that's what I'm saying, because he keeps
and I can give you a good example.
But that's why I can
give you a good example of that. I think
this is why I think that it's a bad idea, though, to stick with this objective idea, because human culture and our relationship to our environment is ever changing. We can't, while it might be objective, we ourselves and the things that we do and think and how we behave those things are not. And so we must devise
do.
a system that allows there to be a constant
We
change and evolution.
we adapt to the environment just as much as we force the environment to adapt to us. Yeah, that is a simple demonstrable fact.
Okay, so
Does it make sense
Vegas.
what I'm saying?
So wait, Vegas saying um, basically addressing the Muslim stoning question. Objective truth, that is our value structure, is precisely why we can say that a Muslim stoning for infidelity is immoral. Why? Because it's true. Really? Well, if you're a Christian, your Bible disagrees with you. So your moral truth now is in conflict with God, your God. And
I can't cite you the actual verse, but it's one of the words. It's one of
yeah, I
the
mean,
things that Jesus himself said. It that he used without sin cast the first stone. So it says more
That was a Mary
recently. It says
Magdalene.
more
right.
recently. It says something different.
See, and here's the thing. Here's his twist. So then he goes, in what context can you imagine rape, murder, theft, or anything else which might not actually be bad? Exactly that. It's a way to pivot to attack. Dude,
I actually can. Is that a real question?
the entire fucking answer real question. The entire fucking concept is bullshit. We've explained why, but you want examples? Okay, let's give examples. When is it okay to murder somebody? In self-defense. When is it okay to steal? In order to feed yourself so you don't starve. Self-preservation. When is it okay to rape? I don't know. I can't think of anything, and I don't think I need to. But I can say that we didn't always believe that to be true. And because we didn't always believe it to be true, by definition, it is subjective. It is subjective to our modern sensibilities. So there you go. Done. Next.
Uh, Unfortunately, I hate to be the person to provide the real world example of when rape was deemed to be okay,
I can't.
and it's political,
No,
and
go ahead. I super want to
it's
hear because
when
I have one too.
you go back to the Middle Ages or before, and you have a political marriage which is supposed to produce an heir, and for whatever reason the will is not necessarily there. Some in that culture at that time would say that it was absolutely not just justified, but something done out of duty. So, as I said,
I
I
would.
hate to be the person to provide the real world historical example of when it was seen to be okay, but that's it, I'm afraid.
Man, your example is way less dark than my example. I mean, my example was basically sort of like, let us imagine, because we know that this happens in the really real world, where terrorist groups kidnap people. We've seen videos where they chop their heads off live and publicly execute them. If you
Yeah,
were
but
given
you can't even begin to make a moral case for those.
no, what I'm saying is, if your choice was rape this person and we let everybody go and that is it, or don't and we kill everybody, then this is a point in time where you might not want to do it, but on a moral scale, that is the time where
Yeah, but that
you have to do that
situation
thing.
only exists as a hypothetical. It's not something you ever encounter in real life. No terrorist would
I
ever do
actually
that.
don't know that that's necessarily true. I think maybe not in this current society, this
Generally
current version of the
speaking,
world, but there was some
generally
pretty barbaric
speaking,
cultures.
generally speaking, using extremes to make a point, any point, isn't a good idea. You know,
It still is a
you can
true
always
thing,
use
though.
extremes to make any.
So
You can use extremes to make almost any point, but generally speaking, most examples aren't that extreme. So
here's the
No.
thing. Like words are things that we made up. Um, yes, they have meanings, and they have meanings that we have decided to give them. Right? Those are the words mean what we've decided they should mean. Right? So to say that killing somebody in self-defense is different than murder, it's only difference in degrees. It's only difference in the ways that we've decided that it's different. Taking somebody's life is still taking somebody's life, no matter the consequences. So if taking somebody's life is okay, then murder is not is objectively bad.
I'm not going to push back on the content of what you've just said, Rob, but I'm going to push back on you conceptually, because you, as an American, have some definitions for words that I would spit on your grave for.
Such as?
Normalcy, not a thing. The word is normality.
This is true.
On accident, not a thing.
That's
It's
so
by
fucking
accident.
British. It's hilarious. Yeah. One time when I was just brand new married to my first wife, who was obviously British, I corrected her pronunciation on a word, and she says to me, "Which one of us do you think is really speaking English, Paul?"
Okay, so you want to know something?
Slam dunk. You
You
can't
know
push
what?
back
No,
on that,
no.
right?
Okay, so no, North American, in the New York, from basically from New Jersey to I don't know, New Hampshire and Vermont, is closer to actual English than anything spoken in England today.
Yeah, but I
Um,
can tell you, I can pinpoint exactly when normalcy became a thing over there. Yeah, I forget if it was Kennedy or Nixon, but they used the word accidentally in a specific context in a State of the Union speech. I can't give you the exact year or the president, but that was it in the 50s, sometime 60s.
well,
It did not exist until that point. But yes, strictly speaking, you're right when it comes to things like accents and some of the colloquial grammar. Yes.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
have less accents
Americans,
than Rob.
American English, especially in the New York, Massachusetts area, is much more English than anything spoken in England. It is actually the language of the settlers.
Yeah,
Actually, probably.
which means that it would be predominantly West Country.
Okay, so I want to change the subject again because this is really getting annoying. Okay, Vegas said clearly there is objective morality. Okay, so here's the thing. I can settle this right now. I disagree with you. Therefore, I'm correct. If it's clear that there's objective morality,
What did Paul
nobody
just
can
say
say
about
no.
using extremes?
Yeah, nobody can say that. Nobody can say that there's not, and I can say that there's not. So therefore, you're wrong.
If there was such a thing as absolute truth, everyone would agree on what it is.
And we don't. There you go. It's
Well,
self-defeating.
that's how we know that Goff is an optimist.
Okay, here is an objective truth for you. Molecular movement stops at a subatomic level below 0 degrees Kelvin.
How about just molecular movement? There you go. Objective truth.
Because you still have the subatomic, and that motion would still
The only
produce time,
I
and
agree
things
with
happen.
I agree with Paul. I would say that that is scientific truth and not objective truth because of things that we don't know yet. Because it is subject to future discovery.
I mean,
So can I ask a
you could
question?
go down a whole rabbit hole with this whole thing, really, because I mean, science is based on numbers, and numbers don't actually exist. Numbers are concepts. They're a way we frame our thinking. They're a mechanism we use with which to measure shit. They don't really exist.
How do
It's
you?
also the whole that it's also based on an assumption as well.
How
Government
much do
power
things?
is a hallucination.
How much do
No,
things have to be shown to be scientifically accurate before they become
every
objective?
I have
everything
to say,
everything in science, just before you have your say, is founded on a single assumption, and that is we assume that what we experience is a true reflection of reality.
Sure. I just want to address a comment by CRB Vegas over here. It says, absolute truth exists regardless of perception. It's not derived from perception. No, it's not derived from perception, but it shouldn't be avoidable to perception either. If it's absolute truth, you should be able to perceive it.
I think there are different types of truth, and you need to be careful
Yes.
with that word.
I agree with you, Sister Danger.
Yeah.
No, there for sure.
Yeah, this is why I've been staying with objective truth or object. I mean, if something is objective, then it's not subject to anything else at all, at all. And really, nothing has been brought up that is not subject to something.
Well, yeah, by that metric though, Rob, even time is subjective.
Yes, it
Because
is.
you only have to be moving to alter the rate at which time will flow.
Right.
And we've proven this mathematically. We know
Right.
this to be an objective truth of the universe.
Right. Okay. And this is where I go back to science, scientific truth.
I feel like I feel like that the word truth is being used inappropriately. Like it's being used in one way over here, in another way over here, and then there's an overlap that is attempting to be made with those two different usages of the word.
Exactly.
There's more than two.
For that like covers what I just said that I can't remember.
There's more than that. There is more than two types of truth. So many different types of truth. I'm thinking of writing a book on it. I may do it one, in my old age. But you've got colloquial truths, you've got scientific truths, you've got objective, subjective truths, you've got conditional truths, you've got circumstantial truths, things that change with circumstance, things that change with condition, things that change with culture, things that change just because fuck it, things change.
I mean, that's basically, what I'm saying. There's a bunch of different meanings for that word. Yeah. And if you have to consistently use the word in the same way for this type of an argument to occur, or you have to, if we really wanted to have a sincere conversation, we would have to come to an agreement on a definition of terms, essentially.
And this is precisely why we need philosophers and dictionaries, because we can use those as metrics by which we can keep the conversation sane. For example, none of us could have a sane conversation about the plausibility of some alien coming along and putting one of us to sleep just by gripping our shoulder for a second or so, unless we agree on the premise that the planet Vulcan exists and that there was indeed evolved on that a creature bipedal like ourselves that had this ability. We need to accept those assumptions in order to have a sensible conversation. Likewise, in the scientific realm, we have to assume that what we experience is a true reflection of reality. Otherwise, we can't even make a start.
Speaking of mystical beasts, I was watching this web show and I learned that somebody might own a unicorn onesie.
And yesterday was National Unicorn Day, everybody.
Yeah.
So, who on this panel has a fetish for unicorns? Kiz, I'm looking at you.
Has a fetish for what?
Unicorns.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. It's bears, isn't it? Sorry.
No, it's me. It's me. I have a unicorn onesie. Haven't I worn it on the show before?
Or more than once.
The ones I wear the most are my Cookie Monster one and my unicorn onesie one, which I got to be a Halloween costume because, never mind, I was about to just tangent right there and you guys wouldn't stop me. You'd just let me go, but I don't need to do that. So go on. Back to the real conversation.
In my mind.
Speaking of real conversation. Oh, go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
When I hear the term unicorn onesie, I think strap-on.
You think what?
Strap-on. It's a unicorn onesie.
You've been mixing with Phantom Lion for far too long, Mike.
Right, a second, I thought you said stroganoff, and I was like, I mean, okay,
Well, if you-
unicorn
to be-
stroganoff. Yeah.
To be fair, if you had a strap on, you could be Stroganoff.
And to be fair, I would totally do that in a unicorn onesie. So, I mean,
Mike, you have landed yourself a world of hurt when this meetup finally happens.
I just wanted to point out that, we've got nearly 3 hours under our belt so far, including 2 hours worth of taking a political test, and we haven't talked about a single thing in current events. So that's
Isn't it nice?
the record. Yeah.
Actually, no, we did.
Are we
did.
to pivot now and talk about current events, or are we just to leave it at that?
I don't care if we do or don't, really. I mean, whatever. But I'm just pointing out the fact that this has been a quite unusual jamboree, and because obviously the test took a long time, and since then we've just been talking about objective truth for like 45 minutes.
I do have something that relates to objective truth, and is also from current events, and it's
Okay.
stood out to me as something that people aren't making enough of a big deal about, and it happens to be the week of the Derek Chauvin case, the guy who was being charged with the murder of George Floyd, and the original call was because George Floyd might have been trying to pass off counterfeit currency, and not entered into the record as a piece of evidence is any counterfeit currency.
Are you shitting me?
So no officer before he was arrested examined any currency. No officer as he was being arrested examined any currency. And nowhere in police custody is there any counterfeit currency.
ooh, how does that?
Was there any regular currency?
I don't even like the answer to my own question. So,
So they can't provide for the court the counterfeit currency because they never took it into custody as evidence. There's a possibility that the counterfeit currency that got him killed
Didn't
never
exist.
existed.
was just completely made up.
Mhm. Because no police officer ever saw with their own eyes any counterfeit currency.
Let us just say
Sorry,
that's
hang on.
okay. Shouldn't they just be fired on like sheer fucking incompetence for a general crime scene if they
So-
literally the charge the charge here is counterfeit currency, but
Was
nobody
there a 911 call about someone trying to spend? So
There was, but if you follow all of the body cam footage that has been released, at no point will you see any counterfeit currency being tested by any
Does it-
officer at all.
Does it get mentioned at all?
Only in the 911 call.
So not mentioned in any of the
Okay,
interactions on the body cam footage. So if that was the suspected, if
Now-
that was the reason for the call, then surely it would have been one of the first things brought up during that encounter. Surely, if it
Yeah.
were valid.
Quickly after the encounter started, it started to turn into more of a resisting arrest than
right,
it was about anything.
sure.
In which you're under arrest because you're resisting arrest.
Tommy from the Bronx says the store owner had the counterfeit bill. Well, I mean, do you know that for a fact, Tommy? For one thing, and for another thing, why the fuck does a store owner have it? It's evidence of in a crime.
Exactly. Why was that not confiscated? And is that store owner going to get called to the stand pretty soon to, talk about their counterfeit bill? Who
And
made the call to
probably
911?
produce it.
I'm just saying, seems like it should have been some of the evidence being presented right now.
Absolutely. And if it's not, then the prosecution should be making a big thing of it.
Yeah.
Stupid police never
I wonder
took
why
it.
they're not.
I mean, let me just I just want to say, if you think the police are dumb for not taking the counterfeit bill, why do you think they're so smart in their handling of how to suppress somebody without killing them?
Well, yeah. So,
Well, I will say, once they did kill him, making the case about the counterfeit stuff probably took a back seat because they don't need to make that case anymore. He's dead.
Man, why do you have to be pissing me off like this?
I want to see that unicorn onesie.
All right. Well, I have one of those accounts that you can log into that doesn't. I don't actually know what they're called. Whatever. I have a coffee account. You can send me $5. Buy me a coffee. I'll wear a unicorn onesie for you. Oh yeah.
Well, what you just told me Michael, about the $20 bill not even showing up, and that throws into question.
It was a $20 bill that was supposedly
$20 bill. Yeah, it's true that $20 bill is not to be found anywhere. I mean, and maybe it even existed. That just makes what happened to George Floyd even more ghoulish of a nightmare than it already seemed to be.
Tommy is saying that the fake 20 is an FBI matter, so it's could be a case of departmental ambiguation.
Ambiguity? I guess I would say that's what the word subpoena is for.
I'd agree with you.
Did any of you see? Did any of you see the footage of Steven Crowder trying to recreate the scene? And it wasn't even remotely accurate. The guy didn't put all of his weight on the neck like the the original scene, and then he even put it on his back instead of his neck. And
if those things were true, then Lloyd he'd still be with us.
I would like to almost. I mean, I can't stand Steven Crowder with a passion. I have to admit my open bias for the man. I think he's loathsome. So I would like to repeat the experiment with me in the position of Derek Chauvin with Steven Crowder, and we can go for full authenticity. And if I'm wrong and he survives, then I don't have to go to jail. Or then I still have to go to jail. Yeah.
Do I get a turn, or are there weight classes for this?
Yeah, right. That's gonna be a long line.
I thought you were like anti-violence.
I'm just kidding, of course, to make a joke, Rob. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Get with the fucking program.
Get the gloves on, dude.
Oh, dear. Oh, boy.
I mean, I was going to say, aren't like you and Agent Adult closest to each other, and then Kazoom and I are closest to each other?
Yeah, we're pretty close. We're like, what, 30 minutes away? Something like
that. Yep, about the same distance as us. Maybe actually a little bit closer.
About an hour. I think we're a little further. I think we're about an hour away, something like that.
Yep. That sounds about right.
You and Joe are like 45 minutes away?
Oh, yeah.
Rob, you and Joe? How close are you guys?
About 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So this guy, Steven Crowder, he actually tried to repeat it. Like when you said he recreated the scene, you didn't mean he was just like trying to recreate it in the way you would describe to a jury, but he literally tried to reenact the scene.
He in order to somehow try to prove that the police didn't do anything wrong, he tried to recreate the scene. So he had one of his friends, he had some of his friends, one person's sitting on top of him, and another part. I can't explain things very well right now. He had one person on his neck and another person on holding him down on the rest of it. But they didn't recreate it realistically, obviously, and it was just crap.
Well, no, you're obviously not realistic because you didn't end up with a corpse.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, and he didn't do it with a cop either. I mean, I'd argue that his friends aren't like, unless they're ex-cops, they haven't gone through the training.
Well, yeah, they're gonna naturally not want to kill the guy, right? I mean, that's pretty much a given. And if I only saw the still picture, I didn't watch the video, Kazoom, but I saw a still picture of it. And in the still, I mean, the guy's got literally his knee on Crowder's neck. But that's it, just his like sticking out straight. Not when Derek Chauvin was on George Floyd, he had it like straight down,
just straight down. And then when you look at his
knee, all in a straight line on his neck.
When you look at his feet,
your body weight.
You could see by his feet that all in the actual case that you could see that his feet were in such a way that almost all of his weight was on his knees.
Right.
And when Steven Crowder had that scenario, it wasn't even remotely close to that.
No.
I mean, he knows that he's on video, right? Like he's a professional YouTuber or something, right? He knows that the camera's recording him, not doing a shitty ass recreation job, right?
I have to say, for me personally, his "Get Off the Phone" Cenk Uygur impersonation is a high point for me.
I don't like Cenk Uygur.
Oh, his Stephen Crowder's impression of him was pretty funny.
I could imagine that to be true. I don't watch either of them really. So
A lot of people don't like Cenk Uygur. He's very unlikable.
I don't like him or that blonde chick that he had for a while that was just like, wah, 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 wah. Like, I don't know.
Are you talking about Anna Kaspari?
I'd be called a misogynist.
Maybe she was dark haired. I don't remember actually. She was that unmemorable, except for her annoying voice.
So I've seen some of my colleagues,
Uygur.
also clinicians who are addiction counselors, who have seen opiate overdoses, and many of them coming out on social media this week just to say that's not what a fentanyl overdose looks like.
Is fentanyl an opiate?
It's
Yeah.
a super opiate, yes.
Oh, okay. I thought that kind of when you overdosed on an opiate, you basically sort of went unconscious and then you kind of suffocated as if you were choking on your own tongue, but you're not actually, but you're like suffocating. And that's why they give you adrenaline in order to like
It
jumpstart your heart.
depends on the opiate.
Mm.
I can say that what happened to George Floyd looked nothing like any opiate overdose that I've ever seen happen in front of me.
I don't even
Yeah.
understand how any of that is relevant to like, I killed this dude, but whatever.
If I was to overdose on the opiates that I get prescribed, then yeah, I would. Whoever just described it got it spot on. I'd just pass out.
Yeah, I thought that that's kind of what happened, was that you would just pass out and then you would sort of like, your heart would stop / you suffocate sort of thing. But it's and maybe I'm not saying it wrong. Maybe what I think is supposed to actually happen is that you pass out and your brain stops sending signals to your body to breathe and you therefore suffocate. That's what I thought happened on an
Yeah,
That
opiate.
sounds about right. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yep, you've got it surrounded, all right.
I mean, I'm not an expert on these things. Like I didn't even know what fentanyl was 2 seconds ago. So I mean, not like really, other than being a drug. So
We're having a nuance correction in the chat. Green Machine, hi Green Machine, is saying it. Fentanyl is an opioid, not an opiate.
well, what's the difference?
Chemically, there is a difference.
Yes, there is.
But
Somebody elaborate.
Pharmaceutical.
One is poppy plants, and one is chemically made in a lab.
Oh, but like the same idea. That's sort of like saying
Pharmaceutically,
Okay.
I don't know that
One is
they
synthetic,
differ
one
in
isn't.
action. I don't think they differ in biological reaction to them.
I mean, I
They
appreciate
have the same
actually that
receptors in
nuance of
your
words.
nerves. So
There you go. Mike has the fancy language for it. It goes for the same receptors.
I'm sorry, what do you do again for a job?
Language. That's what he does.
No. Well, yeah, I guess also probably. Almost certainly. It'd be hard to imagine he has any success if he wasn't good with words.
Yeah. But yeah, functionally they're the same, but biochemically they are different.
Fair enough. Can you guys hear me chewing my peanuts?
Oh yeah.
You can? Okay, I'm
Fucking
gonna
loud.
Is it really? Why are you an asshole? Sorry, I would have believed that.
Because he's got multicolored painted bricks on his wall.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was
multicolored hair.
hypothesizing an answer. Oh yes, that was a point I wanted to make earlier. When it comes to scientific truth, all scientific truths start out life as hypotheses, which effectively is what somebody dreamt up and thought, maybe there's some maths behind this. I had a go and came up with something that was worth pursuing until it wasn't worth pursuing anymore. At which point, some objective truth may or may not have fallen out of the universe
But when does
into
it
our understanding.
when does it pass from one category of scientific truth into the other category of actual objective reality?
It's the prediction, experiment, analyze, prediction, experiment, analyze cycle. And once
then
you
it
go
comes
through enough
Until
of
when?
them,
well, only a couple times. It goes to my
when you've done it a
Comes to-
couple of times, what you do is you publish your findings as a paper, and then it goes through further testing and recreation to see if other people can replicate what you've outlined in your paper. And if they can,
I know this, by the
then
way.
then if the mathematics is there, you'll end up with a theorem.
I mean, I know.
And if you're lucky, you'll end up with a law of physics, astrophysics,
But
whatever
I was
the
more asking like them
topic is.
specifically. I know what the actual process is supposed to be, but earlier they were making the differentiation between scientific truth and objective truth. Well, when does something go from being scientifically true to being now actually objectively true? How do you determine when it has crossed this barrier from one into the other?
Never.
I was gonna. That's all you've got, Rob? Because you're the one that made a song and dance earlier about changing your word from one thing to another.
Scientific truth is as close as you're going to get, especially in the sciences, to being objective, something being objectively true. But everything is everything is subject to something, and because of that, there is no such thing as objective truth. That was the entire point. Was there's no such thing, and you were trying to prove me wrong. But everything
But closed system, Rob.
right, and everything outside would not be. So therefore, it's conditional, and because it's conditional, it's not objectively true.
Well,
Yes,
then
but
there's
quantum
What? No, that does
quantum
not make sense.
probabilities exist within this closed system.
There is nothing objective about quantum anything. I mean, that's kind of the whole thing in quantum. I mean, you talk about things that are particles and waves and are there and aren't and can transport but can't at the same time. So
Fun,
yeah,
isn't it?
I mean, yeah.
Kids, sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, I was just saying there. I was just going to go over stuff we already went over before. I was just going to say, there are things that are objectively true, but
Such as
Zoom is wearing glasses.
Earlier, the workings of the universe. There are things that are objectively true. Our understanding of it is what changes. We can try to get a better understanding of how things really are. There's the truth of how things really are, So,
for example, people have to have blood to live.
And Kazoom and Sue are wearing glasses.
Or E equals MC squared.
Or yeah, there's truth that there's math. The 2 + 2 = 4. So.
Or Michael is sitting on a green couch.
Which, incidentally, that mathematical proof took us like 2,000 years to prove. I think it only happened in the late 1800s. Not 2 + 2 = 4, but 1 + 1 = 2. Same principle.
Speaking of people who need blood to live, Prince Philip died this week.
Yeah, he did yesterday.
Yes,
I think
yesterday.
Sad news.
Yes.
He looked like a vampire.
He what?
He what?
He looked like a vampire.
Oh, a vampire.
Yeah, he did. And by the way, E = MC squared is not always true.
Give me an example of when it's not true.
All right. Actually, I'm reading it.
I have a better idea. Give me an example of when it isn't true outside margins of error that are established.
E = MC squared always holds true for inertial mass. It doesn't always for gravitational mass. What this probably means is that the gravitational mass is not the same as inertial.
Okay, so then It is always true for the thing that you just said always for, because that's what the word always means.
Always.
I was just saying earlier, though, that it's our understanding of things that changes. We're always going to try to improve our understanding of things. That doesn't mean that our understanding is objective truth. It just means that we're getting closer to what is objective truth. We'll never get there.
Well, I'll say okay, but we define our reality by what we perceive and what we understand and what we comprehend. So the things that we perceive, that we perceive and we build our lives around, that we call objective truth, can turn out to be wrong, and we won't know that until we understand more.
Yes, true.
There is some very interesting.
That is objectively true.
There is some very interesting math going on at the moment, where they are trying to work out or trying to come up with, fathom the maths involved in overlapping consciousnesses, overlapping experience of events for being a mechanism by which events maintain consistency. In other words, the fact that this remains a lighter is down to overlapping perceptions and awareness
Essentially,
of
what
the
you asked
lighter.
me about earlier, when you asked me whether or not I thought emotions could be quantified, essentially, you actually think that also they can, because what you're talking about right now is doing exactly that. It's looking at that lighter and coming up with a way to quantify how,
Yes.
that's brilliant.
Why it
article.
maintains its existence as a lighter.
Like, you should send me those links.
There is maths into that.
Yes, no, I totally agree. Agree.
If it no longer functions as a lighter, is it still a lighter?
Clarification of terms. Yes.
Yeah, it's just a lighter that lacks fuel.
So
because I would say that, because haven't you ever had a Bic lighter that doesn't light anymore, and you have to go out and buy a new one, but you don't stop referring to it as a lighter, do you?
Well, that's just.
But is it objectively truly a lighter?
When a car stops running, is it no longer a car? Is one of the properties?
It does when you have one of these.
I'm just saying, though, at that point, it's not really a lighter anymore, although it
is.
Itself hasn't changed form. It is now a paperweight.
No,
does a barbecue stop being a barbecue when the propane runs out?
Does a person stop being a person when they die?
Does a house?
There you go.
House if there's nobody in it? I mean,
I think that the argument I'm getting at here is that the qualities by which we define a lighter as a lighter are not limited to the single can it produce fire. It consists of more defining attributes than just this one thing that makes all of it contingent on that.
I would also add the argument that we do recognize women that no longer have the ability to produce live offspring.
As women.
Does that make you a woman? I mean, you can't produce live offspring.
I'm a little X chromosome.
You got the wrong side.
Hang on a second. Can Mike actually produce live offspring, or can he just contribute to the production of that live offspring?
Can Mike be recognized as a woman before Rob is? That's what I want to know. Is it a race?
Actually, should it be a race?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, never mind.
Alrighty, Kazoo.
It was cool. This was neat. This was a neat idea. I liked the test thing. That was pretty cool. Maybe we could try. It'd be a shorter test, but maybe we could try it on the political compass sometime too.
Yeah,
please can we go again or something like it again? I'm really sorry I missed it. I meant to be here, and I'm sad that I wasn't.
Hey man, we could jump into political compass right now for all I care.
I don't know what that is.
I'm gonna have to go soon myself.
Yeah, fair
That
enough.
makes sense.
Well, have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night, kids.
Good night, Mick.
The banter was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I like that.
I was a little reserved just so that we could get through it. I mean, with question one, it started where I had to be more reserved, and just not respond to everything that I heard. I don't
Yeah.
believe that raising the minimum wage will result in small businesses laying off people en masse. I don't believe that our economic science bears that out.
Well, I mean, also a lot of small businesses are going to be exempt from that. I mean, there's cutouts to protect small business, but whatever.
Also, when people have more money, they spend more money, which creates
Well,
more
they have
in
to.
the economy, and then
They have to have money to spend money.
I mean, giving people more money is a great idea, and I'm definitely all for it. Don't get me wrong, but it would also be just as easy for the major corporations to make considerably less profit and still make a good profit, and instead make everything cheaper, so we don't have to make more money because we could actually afford things because they weren't outrageously expensive. I mean, it's unbelievable what shit costs these days.
It would help if they paid their taxes rather than making the most of their tax breaks.
That'd be a good start.
And it would help if taxes were raised, because that would actually incentivize them paying their taxes, rather than, put it
Well,
all in their pockets.
I hear a lot of talk about restricted government rather than introducing more of that. What you could do is just remove some of it. Yeah, instead of increasing the regulation on the tax breaks as to when and where you can and can't, just remove some of the tax breaks.
I mean, if they could do this in both Britain and the United States, because there's tax breaks that they call offshore, and this is
Yeah.
what places like Cayman Islands and I can't remember if it was Jersey or Guernsey. It's one of those islands.
Yep.
Haven.
Yep.
And so why do we have this? All goes back to the maritime merchant culture from the 17th and 18th centuries. You know, we have offshore as a way of storing money without having to pay taxes on it. You know, it's all about ditching money from the crown back in the day. But the class of people who use these tax breaks understand their utility, and they're the ones who pay for the elected officials. And I don't see how we're ever going to get rid of it, because just offshore loopholes would bring $4 trillion back to America.
I just want to say one thing on this, because and then I'm going to have to go, because you really don't want to get me started on this, because I could just talk at people for hours. What you're talking about, the offshore banking, the tax haven shit, that is the real, the true reason for Brexit. Because if we had stayed in the European Union, they had passed legislation that we had actually argued for, surprisingly enough, like a lot of the EU legislation we were huge proponents of. We would have had to have lost those dependent territories, they're called. And we didn't want to do that. So we had to come out of the European Union. And this is why there's been a lot of talk about London and the financial markets.
So would the same have been true for Spain? Would they have to get rid of the Canary Islands, for example?
Technically, yes.
Wow.
If you are an EU member, then you would have to significantly change the way that you deal financially with your dependent territories when it comes to taxes.
Meaning more fairly?
Meaning that you couldn't.
Tax havens, Sister Danger.
You
like is it Jersey or Guernsey? Which one is the big tax haven?
I can't remember. It could even be both of them.
I don't know what you guys. I'm sorry. I'm not a super finance money person. So when you say tax havens,
okay,
What you mean is the Canary Islands, for example, is a tax haven for people who are Spanish.
Well,
And
not the Canary Islands, but I mean, I'll just use that as an example comparing to, because the Canary Islands are nowhere near Spain, for example. And
right, but it's
some of the
owned by
Channel Islands
Spain.
that are owned by Britain are actually closer to France than they are to the UK. You know.
Yeah.
Right, but we're just talking about
For example,
ownership.
to put it in an American context, I believe you have a similar relationship with the Cayman Islands, is it?
Right.
Yes. Yes. But
Yeah.
I don't really understand what that relationship means because I'm not a super
Well,
money
basically you can
person.
stash money in offshore accounts and miss. There are some of the loopholes in taxes that people talk about.
I know that. What
Some
I
of the
don't
most
understand
egregious loopholes that exist are these tax havens where you can stash money offshore and hide it, shelter it from having to pay tax on it.
Having to pay U.S. taxes on it because it's someplace
Yeah.
else. Right. But what I'm asking is in Brexit, when you say that would have to change if you had stayed as opposed to left, what that
Yes.
means is by change, you mean you would have had to give up tax shelters and start paying taxes on that money? Or what does that mean? What does change mean?
Basically, what it meant is that you would either have to release your sovereignty over that territory, or you would have to significantly change the way that your financial institutions dealt with that companies on that territory fairly
Brian, would that have affected
significantly.
Gibraltar as well?
Wait, what?
Gibraltar.
If it's a dependent territory that's being used for tax haven purposes, then yes, it would count
I don't know if
under
it's
that
used for tax haven
legislation.
purposes or not. I just know it's a dependent territory. I wasn't sure if you meant just the tax havens or like all the little dependent territories that are,
Well, obviously, if they're not being used as tax havens, then there would be no need to change
right.
any of
Okay.
the financial relationships, so they
Right.
wouldn't be affected by this legislation.
Right. Okay. So the tax havens were so important that they pulled the whole country out of the EU.
Yeah.
And
And they lied to the British public to do it. They said
I
it
must
was
have got the
about-
wrong end of the stick about that, Brian, because back in the day when I lived there, I was reading about I thought they wanted to turn the whole of the UK into a tax haven for other parts of the world.
That's what they're aiming to do with London's financial district, rather than make the dependent territories, bring them up to code, as it were. Yeah, they would rather deregulate in London. And this is one of the reasons why Europe is so pissed off with us, is that what they're seeing would be effectively a Singapore on the Thames when it comes to the financial markets. And that would be crippling to the European economy in some ways.
What's Vegas's question there in the comments? Should we be subsidizing labor through welfare programs to the benefit of major corporations like Target? What does he mean by that question?
Should people who are working full time?
Your mic is up.
Should somebody who's working someplace like Walmart full time, should they be getting welfare benefits because they don't get paid enough by their company? And no, we shouldn't be doing
No,
that.
their fucking company should pay for that
You shouldn't
bullshit.
need.
What the
You
hell?
shouldn't need to.
Yeah.
You shouldn't need to. One of the things that really pissed me off during the 80s, which is when you were here, Paul, was the youth training scheme, the YTS schemes, because effectively you got put into a company to work for them full time, and your only benefit, your only reward for that was to get the unemployment benefits that you were previously, that you are entitled to anyway.
Yeah.
Do you guys think so building kind of off of that, right? So part of the reason that these companies are able to just lowball prices to the general consumer is because they basically are, raping people behind the scenes by making them work long hours, crazy hours, no insurance, denying them insurance claims when they do have to claim insurance, all kinds of stuff like that, right?
China.
Yeah, to give it a name. So here, do you think that, let's just say, hypothetically, that we were to change that to say that let's just say the laws changed and these companies had to pay people a living wage, had to give them insurance, et cetera, and therefore the price on all products goes up, right? Because, well, that's what will be the result of that you can't buy everything at 79 cents or 88 cents or whatever it is, right? What do you think that this would shift American culture mindset, the consumerism mindset, to get away from I just must be able to just buy random shit, keep stuff that's meaningless? Do you think that it would instead, even though like at first everybody would gripe about it, they would slowly shift to actually where do I want to put my dollars? Because even though these things are more expensive, I now have a real a real understanding of what the value of that actually is. Because right now, for example, if you look at like our handmade or small business and artisan markets versus things that are mass produced, people have no idea what really goes into the making of a thing because we get it filtered from basically slave labor in other countries, right? Whereas if we had to go by like a realistic labor standard and actually people's time and whatever, it would change what you think about the things that you buy and also maybe how much you think you should be buying, right? I mean, hypothetically, maybe.
Hypothetically speaking, the poorest people don't have the sort of disposable income in order to be able to buy worthless things. It either has to feed them, clothe them, house them, or have some utility that is vital for survival.
Well, okay, well, I mean, that's fine. So great.
But
So let's
but you see, this is where a livable wage would make the biggest differences.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is that if you were to then give that a livable wage, the price of a can of green beans would go up, right? But
And
ultimately,
if everything went up 10 cents,
together, right? And my question is, do you think that this would be a thing that would change people's perceptions about what they are consuming and the amount of money that they spend? Because it would give them a more
No.
realistic idea of what those things cost.
No, all it would do would be to lift the poorest up to having a fighting chance.
People's attitudes towards money varies greatly, and it's not strictly dependent on, but has an awful lot to do with what economic bracket you were raised within and how hard you had to work to get out of it. If it was from a low to a higher bracket, and if it was the opposite direction, what you had to do to fuck yourself up to slide down the wrong way. I don't think that there's it's black and white. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to these sorts of things.
Yeah. But I mean, as Green Machine says in the chat, disposable income, which is what we're talking about here, will always be seen as disposable.
Well, I mean, when I was a young man, I didn't make very much money, but at the same time, I could, enjoy a relative life of leisure. I could go to the movies, I could go on a weekend break down to LA or whatever, and I could even afford a girlfriend, and that's not cheap. So, like, I mean, dates
that's also contingent on whether or not
dates are expensive. Anyway,
I mean, well, sorry. I guess I just I think that's because I feel like that's pretty much like true of me when I was young as well. Was that I could get by or whatever, but also I did not have any problems that were legal issues, right? Like as a adolescent or somebody in high school, I never did anything that got me arrested and I feel like in our society, once you make one mistake like that, it is a tiny little mistake, sometimes because you're a stupid teenager who, I mean, hello, like I literally maybe had incidences with people and their Mercedes hood ornaments, okay, or whatever, back in the day. If I had been caught for something like that, the impact on that for the rest of my life would have been way more than really, like, it would be better for me to just, or my parents to just be like, how much will it cost to replace that? Please don't put our daughter through all of this. Here, have $2,500 for your new hood ornament. Because like the long-term impact of that is incredible, right? And
yeah, but that was still true in the 50s during your golden age.
No. And but what I'm saying is, like, what Paul was saying, I feel like is probably contingent on the fact that he wasn't ever really legally tripped up in some way, shape, or form, or financially tripped up, like where, say, you got a bankruptcy under your belt. I mean, a bankruptcy, 7 years, and the shit that causes with regard, like the havoc it causes, and the weird places that it affects you, right, are much more than I think then people know to acknowledge, and especially when you're young. I mean, I was just telling the mechanic today, I was like, when I got my first car, I was 16. I literally, because he was like, don't take your car to Jiffy Lube to get an oil change. And I'm like, I don't think you understand, guy. That's an improvement. Because when I was 16, my first car, I didn't know I had to have the oil changed. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know when I was supposed to do that, or how. I didn't even think about it. It wasn't on my radar. I drove my car till it ran out of oil, and then my engine block cracked. And I was like, oh, my car broke down. What do you mean you can't fix it? You know, like,
Didn't you have an oil light?
I actually, in that car, I'm not sure, because it was a used car when I got it, and sometimes used cars don't have all of their lights in order.
Oil?
But no, like,
okay.
I mean, like, I drove that car. It apparently ran out of oil, and then its engine cracked, and all of that was because I just didn't know. Like, nobody ever explained to me that. But I mean,
But you never know anything until you do.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is, like, people don't realize, for example, that they can make this one little FUBAR, right? And then I think that people that haven't made that FUBAR have no concept of what havoc it wreaks for people that have made that FUBAR.
So
right?
how do you get them that information before they make the FUBAR?
I'm not sure that that's actually the direction that should be taken. I think what I'm trying to say is that maybe we shouldn't treat FUBARs the way that we treat them. Uh-oh.
Can we use something other than FUBAR? Because I mean, FUBAR has a meaning. You know what FUBAR means, right?
Fucked up beyond all recognition.
Fucked up beyond all repair is the way I was taught it.
It's a programming
I'm sorry.
term.
If it's a FUBAR, then then the punishment should be pretty harsh.
Are you not saying that there are some social ills, for want of a better way of describing them, that are not currently FUBAR politically?
There's all kinds of stuff that aren't FUBARs. And
does that mean we should stop trying to change?
Quick update.
What was that?
Whoa, wait, whoa. Hang on. Whoa. Okay, hold on.
I mean, maybe Paul is like an ex-convict and we don't know about it.
I was trying to do something I don't know how to do, and I kind of had a boo-boo.
Okay.
FUBAR.
So I'm gonna.
What were you trying to do?
The conversation that we were just having reminded me of a conversation that I had with an old friend of mine that some of you may know. His name is Dan, and he used to be called The Other Side 100 or TOS 100 back in the day on YouTube. And he did a video, and I kind of want to play it on the side for us all real quick here, and then discuss, because it kind of goes back to what we were saying and what in the chat they're talking about livable wages and where we are. So I'm going to try to bring this up and see if it works. Mute yourself.
I had given mention in a previous video about a collaboration that I'm working on, and I'm here to tell you that it's taking a little bit longer than I had previously anticipated, but trust me, you want to stick around, stay subscribed, do whatever you gotta do, it's gonna be worth it. I was watching The Amazing Atheist the other day, and he was talking about these people who get mad. You know, they're like, oh, you want a handout? Look at you, lazy bum. I work 2 jobs to get what I've got. I bust my ass to get what little bit I get. And yeah, they sound like idiots. You are overworked and underpaid. You are being exploited. And I think it's sad that people have this mentality. This is no accident. This is a century of work in the making. This was the dream come true for Edward Bernays. If you've never seen the documentary called The Century of the Self, I highly recommend it. It will help you understand what is going on in this country right now. But yeah, these people sound like idiots. Oh yeah, I bust my ass. I work 2 jobs to get to eat 1 meal a day. And this made me think of something that I had experienced when I was a little child. And I want to share it with you because a lot of you may be too young to have been around during these times. But when I was a little kid growing up in the Midwest, we had these little metal boxes on our front stoop. It was for milk. It was the milk box. And what you do is you want to get some milk. Okay, you write down your little order, what you want to get. You want to get a quart of milk, and you want to get a quart of chocolate milk, and whatever else. And you put the money in there and leave it. And then the milkman drives up, and he takes your note and takes your money, and okay, and he puts whatever you want in that box. So when you come out the next morning, poof, there's all your stuff. There's your milk right there. But a lot of you have never seen this, but I got to see this. And the point of this is to tell you about my milkman. What does my milkman have to do with people who are busting their asses at 2 jobs to get what little they have? My milkman was borderline retarded. Not only that, he was a functional illiterate. He could read just well enough to get your order right. And he could add and subtract just well enough to get your change right most of the time. He had this job from the time he got the job until the time he died. There was no scrambling and looking for a job for him. He found a job, he got it, and it was always there for him because employers back then were all about it. Hey, this guy's dedicated and he works hard. Let's keep him around. There was no talk of, well, maybe we can get rid of him and get someone who's less experienced and we can pay them less. There was no talk of that. But I want to tell you something else about my milkman. He owned his house outright. No mortgage. He owned the house that he bought with the money he made as a milkman. You can't do that anymore. If there were such a thing as a milkman today, he'd have to work his job as a milkman and then work somewhere else and then maybe have a 3rd job and then he'd have to share tight living quarters with another family or 2. But no, back then, this is the 60s, the milkman owned his house outright. Also, he owned his car. He didn't get a loan, he paid cash for his car. So now we have a milkman, borderline retarded, functional illiterate, who owns his house and he owns his car. But wait, there's more. Yeah, this gets better. He was married. His wife did not work a job. She stayed home and raised their 9 children. put most of them into college. A milkman owns his house, owns his car. He's got a wife who stays home to raise the kids, and they all go to college on a milkman's salary. Do you see how far down we have slid? Do you see how bad things have gotten? I have friends who are making 6 figures. None of them are doing as well as the retarded, functional, illiterate milkman. These are people with college degrees. These are people who are very well trained in what they do. These are people who are experts. These are people who hold nice titles. Not doing as good as the retarded milkman. It really blows my mind.
Unmute yourself if you want to talk to me, Paul.
Thanks for the advice. So what did you guys think about that?
Jesus Christ, 9 kids! Your vagina! Woo!
Yeah, 9 kids was the generation before that, I believe. But I certainly remember the time that he was talking about that, even, your postman, your milkman, yeah, they had a good fighting chance of owning their own home and owning their own car and being able to raise children.
On a single income.
On a single income, yes.
I definitely relate it to my priced out situation with housing in the Denver area. How the amount that each house costs has escaped my ability to be able to get a home loan to be able to afford one. And I graduate with my master's degree on May 8th. But I am operating with a bachelor's and a license from the state, for years, and I just don't make enough money.
If people knew how much money, like when my mom found out how much money we pay in rent to live here, she was stunned. Like the amount of money that we pay here to live in rent should, you would think, indicate to any financial institution that we have the ability to have a mortgage for any amount less than what we've been paying to live here because we're in an apartment. But no, like, not the case. The world's not so easy, I guess.
Yeah, because you've got all the moving costs, deposits.
Pardon me, I have to interrupt. I've been trying and I can't. Eden's Cancer is in the audience, and I don't know if anybody else besides Rob knows Eden's Cancer, but brother,
I do.
Privileged to have you out there. I'm so glad to see you. I didn't know you were still around. That's amazing. Hello. Anyway,
you'll have to get it on.
Cancer? I mean, what does Eden's Cancer think that the cancer of Eden is?
Eden's Cancer was one of the most talented and disgustingly beautiful YouTubers I've ever seen. He's beautiful. He's musically talented. He's video talented. He's a good writer. I mean, it's disgusting.
He's an old school YouTube legend.
The legend, yeah. And he is a beautiful person with a beautiful heart and a beautiful mind. And I am fortunate to call him friend. So.
I mean, I just feel like the screen name Eden's Cancer refers to something, like the Garden of Eden and something being cancerous. And I'm wondering what the cancer of Eden is.
You'll have to go to his channel and have a look.
According to Eden's Cancer.
Yeah, have a look at it. Have a look at some of his videos. They're probably still up, aren't they?
I would think so.
He says he's restarting a channel, so go subscribe, and you will not be disappointed.
I'll tell you guys a bit of YouTube biography. anthology or whatever. So back in the day, Rob, you participated in my YouTube roast about that funk video, didn't you? And so did Tommy from the Bronx, and so did Eden's Cancer, and I had 33 people in total in my roast video. And Eden's Cancer, he did a clip for me, basically implying that I was his illegitimate father, or he was my long lost illegitimate son, or whatever. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because me and a guy called Sardonic Skeptic, who was also Derek 359 back in the day, he had also previously claimed me to be his long lost illegitimate father. And when Eden's Cancer did it, Derek got so pissed off at me, he totally threw me like under the bus and like disassociated himself with me completely, and like made nasty videos about me. I mean, it was like, it was like I accidentally broke up with a girlfriend I didn't know I had. You know,
Man, I have nasty videos made about me. Man, you've reached a level of fame, sir, that I have not.
Oh yeah, Sister Danger. I'm almost tempted. I'm pretty sure I have that video right here.
Wait,
but it's like too long for that. Really, it's way too long. It is totally narcissistic of me to present it to you now. So
it's hilarious that you're even talking about collaborations with Eden's Cancer. I just remembered one. Hey, Eden, you remember the one we did was the End of the World? Who did it? The End of the World collaboration. Everybody put a clip in. It was like, what would you be doing at the Rapture? We did. It was all I gotta say is a vacuum cleaner and a dildo.
I remember doing my own Rapture themed video for Coughlin's marathon week or whatever it was, competition week.
Ponage Olympics.
That's it. Yes, the Ponage Olympics.
Yeah. I wonder what I would
that
do.
was funny.
I've never really thought about it other in terms of how would I survive the end of the world. But I never thought about like isn't it in Rogue One where they sit there on the beach and they just watch the planet explode slowly towards them before they die? Is that Rogue One?
Well, it could be. But one of the things that I discovered is that there is a company that is prepared to look after your cats and dogs post-rapture.
I am super happy to be paid to look after people's cats and dogs post-rapture. In fact, they can buy insurance from me for that. Oh my God, for real. Whatever. Jesus Christ. People. So
that totally sounds like a legitimate business venture.
It's probably one that somebody would invest in too, because they know there's a bunch of religious nuts out there. Listen, if Ken Ham can get $2 million to build a fucking ark in the middle of Kentucky, you surely can have a small insurance company where you're like, we'll take care of your pets after the rapture. Because what?
It's already there. I'll see if I can find the video for you.
Listen, there is literally a company out there that sells a thing called nudicles. You know what nudicles are? They're literally like fake testicles that you put into your dog or cat after you have them neutered, so that their sac appears and feels in weight. But it is not.
It's about
not been neutered.
It's about their self-esteem.
It's about the animals' self-esteem, and also, actually, probably more practically, the breeder who wants to have it as a show animal and wants it to look whole, but doesn't want it to be running around humping their like bedpost or something. I don't know. Anyway, the Nudicles company literally had for a while, I don't know if they still do, a jewelry section on their website where they sold nudicle earrings. Like, you could buy the fucking like dog testicle shape in the nudicle on an earring. If somebody can make a business out of that, surely we can sell them post-rapture animal insurance.
Well, like I said, it's already there. I'm just trying to find the video now.
Truck nuts for dogs. I mean, yeah, it basically is kind of truck nuts for dogs. You know, I used to.
Here it is.
I'm not going to go into that. Never mind about truck nuts. I'm going to stop.
Oh, it's on private. I'll. I'll make it public again. Because that was fun. Wow, May 6th, 2011.
What?
Okay, Rob, are you friended with Eden's Cancer on Facebook? Okay, next weekend, send him a link to the show. He's just said he wants to come on. I'm going to call that bluff right now.
Okay.
In fact,
that'd be great.
for tonight's show, you can get his ass on the camera right here, right now.
Get him in.
Yeah, we got space. Hey, I'm curious though. What were your guys' answers to what you would do in what would you be doing if you you knew that there was no chance of survival. Literally, you are watching the atom bomb come your way in slow motion. You're about to die in 30 seconds or whatever. What's the last thing you'd be doing on Earth or whatever?
I remember what I was doing in that video.
Oh shit, son. What? I mean, do I need adult supervision to watch this video?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's just an old school video.
Yeah, which video is
Pony Olympics? This is my expose on post-rapture pet care. It's one of the best videos I made back then, I think.
And I
had a lot of fun making it too.
I don't even understand, because I really thought that the people that didn't go up at the rapture, those were the people that they weren't just going to hang around here on Earth. Earth is going to be destroyed. So I mean, do I have my theology wrong here? Because that's what I thought happened. Basically, the people come out of their graves, they go up to heaven, right? And then we have the judgment, like heaven and hell, and then everything that's left gets burned to the ground.
What better way to get money out of people after they know they're gonna be dead than something like this?
Don't we call this exploitation? I mean, come on. When you take advantage of people that are just too dumb to defend themselves, isn't that kind of exploiting them?
Did you just describe a church?
Ooh.
I just want to say, Sister Danger, when I was brand new off the boat in Britain, I was there for like less than a year, and I just moved to Bristol, which is a reasonably decent sized small city, I guess, and there's this massive Church of England cathedral there that's extremely Gothic and gigantic, and you can see it from miles away. And I thought, I want to go check that place out because I'm into Gothic architecture, right? And so I was in the church, minding my own business, and I seen a prayer book, and I'm like, I think I'll go write a prayer in the prayer book. And the vicar must have got to look at me and think, that's a dodgy looking geezer. I hope he's not swearing in my prayer book. So he came over to see what I was writing, and he asked me what I was writing, and I was all worried about the upcoming first Gulf War that was going to happen. And so I said, I'm writing a prayer, blah, blah, for all that. And we got to talking. And anyway, I said something, blah, 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 the rapture. And he says to me, what are you talking about? And I explained to him all of what you just said about what the rapture is supposed to be. He never heard of it. And he's a vicar. Never heard of it.
I mean, he's read the Bible.
Because this is an American thing. This whole, it's gonna, you're gonna vanish, and the fucking cars are gonna crash, and planes are gonna crash, and because everyone's vanishing, the pilots are vanishing, and the drivers are vanishing, and it's all. Nobody thinks that. No one else in the world thinks that.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier. Yeah, speak for your own Christians. Leave ours out of it.
Really? That's fascinating. I mean, I don't know.
Have any of you guys ever seen any of the hoax videos where people have gone to the bathroom and everyone in the restaurant takes off? There's all these empty clothes, and they leave them there and fuck off out of the restaurant. And then the people come out of the restaurant and there's all these empty clothes in the chairs, and they think, oh my God, the rapture happened. There's a few people who haven't left, and most of them have gone. And it's
funnily enough, a couple of weeks ago, I watched a film on that exact premise. It was an aircraft,
right?
And a third of the passengers just literally disappeared out of their clothes, and their clothes were just left there.
Because in heaven, everybody's naked, of course.
It was funny.
Mm.
It was funny.
Oh my God. I mean, I know that if that situation occurred to me, I would definitely be like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, I would suddenly, but I would be on like high alert that something crazy was about to happen to me. I would not jump to, oh, this must be the rapture.
I'll tell you who was in it as well. Nick Cage was in it. Nick Cage was in it. He played the pilot that didn't get raptured.
But that's because Nick Cage is cool.
You were watching Left Behind?
That was it. Yes, that's what it was called. It was funny. It was funny.
I don't even know what movie you're talking about, but that reaction was great.
Oh my God.
That's what it was called. Left Behind.
It's a Christian movie. It's connected.
Like a
If
real
you- if-
Christian movie, not just like
Yeah,
a
no,
cartoon.
it's a real Christian movie.
If
basically
you're up
made by
for a
Christians.
lighthearted hour and a half, then yeah, it's worth watching.
It's only lighthearted if you're a non-believer.
I was gonna say it's only lighthearted.
Untrue,
Watching
Robert,
something like that and
untrue.
realizing people actually think it's serious isn't horribly depressing to you, because
That's what I'm.
No, that's where the irony comes in.
I mean, I would watch that and I would probably just be like, dear God, what is this thing? But also there would be a level of me that would just be like, I'm seriously horribly depressed by humanity, because
Well,
come on.
as Paul said, yeah, it's a uniquely American thing here.
The rapture
There's
is.
this whole idea of the way it goes down in that film is uniquely American, and even in the States, there's only it's only a percentage.
Certain events.
So,
Yeah.
well, I was raised in what I think was a relatively conservative, but kind of Protestant leaning, I guess, church. And my understanding of the rapture, like specifically that, was that it is essentially the beginning of the end of the world. It is,
Right.
Yeah,
it is
precisely.
literally when people are taken up to heaven, like the people that are the worthy are taken up to heaven, and then whoever is left, now we start to have Armageddon, right? Which
Yep.
is a whole bunch
Sister
of
Danger.
horror, pestilence, and bullshit. So yeah.
Sister Danger, since you weren't brought up in a religious context, where did you absorb that information?
No, I was, and I
Oh,
went
right.
to.
Okay, I didn't think you were.
Oh, no. I just don't have a very good story about how I left the church or became atheist. It's not super exciting. It's really super simple. It was like I was drinking Jack Daniels alone after just reading some Nietzsche, I don't know, like a month earlier, sitting around a bonfire in my dad's backyard on a summer night. Like, we had just like been done hanging out. My dad was like, I'm going to bed. And I was like, okay, well, I'll stay here till the fire goes out. Drink my Jack Daniels, stare into the fire, have an epiphany. And then I was like, oh, what? God is dumb.
So
But don't you know that was the universe speaking to you?
I mean, technically it sort of was, if you consider how the epiphany went down in my head, which went like this. Oh, the definition of God, when you look at every definition of God everywhere ever, is essentially some description of the natural universe. God is literally just like everything that exists combined. The sum total of everything. Like, that's what God is. And then I was like,
unless you're Woody Allen, in which case God is merely dog spelt backwards.
I mean, I guess that if you're ignorant enough, it could seem like you're omniscient and whatever.
the idea of like the rapture in the way that it's portrayed in that movie and American pop culture talks about it, is really a thing from a charismatic evangelicals. It's not just strictly like a Protestant. It's charismatic evangelicals. Dominionism.
What is dominionism?
Dominionism is a religio-political movement that basically says that the members of that movement are chosen by God to fix the mistakes that God has made in the world, and they proclaim themselves to be apostles of God.
Yeah, they weren't that
And
crazy.
and
Well,
they're
a
very,
lot of
very successful because they believe that their role is to infiltrate American culture on government and everything in society, and they're doing a pretty good job of it because there are many members of our Congress
And
are
Supreme Court.
dominionists, and the Supreme Court are
yes.
dominionists. So I mean, yeah,
Don't you just wish that the Spanish Inquisition had caught more of them?
didn't expect that.
Nobody expects that, Rob. Come on now.
How did you not see that? You walked into it. I mean, and I'm just saying, like, I would like to say that I had been asking questions of the church for some time, which they didn't ever like. But it was just like that one night around the campfire that I was like, oh, God isn't real. It's all just
So
an
you,
allegory.
so you
How did
figured
I
it out
not?
on Jack Daniels. End of story.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
It was
That's all you
like a
need to
rum and
know.
coke or something that maybe it was Captain Morgan's. I don't know. It was like a rum and coke or something. I was just like drinking, looking at the bonfire,
Drunken.
being super chill and thinking about stuff. And then I was just like, oh, God is just an allegory for the natural universe. How did I not see that before? In fact, how doesn't everybody see that? And then I went like one step further in my brain, and this is what started me on kind of a thing that I've held on to since then, which was, in fact, it's so simple that getting people to believe that God is a thing somehow possibly outside of this universe is lying to them. And faith is getting them to lie to themselves. And that's horrible and
I
dirty.
I
And
turned to Doug.
ooh,
I
and then
I turned
yeah.
to I turned to Douglas Adams at this point.
That's when faith became like the ultimate bad word, though, in my vocabulary. I was like, that is a super shitty thing to do to people. Wow, religion's all just one big lie. Why would you tell this to people? Why would you ask them to believe in something that they empirically can see in every aspect of their life isn't real? And then make them feel bad for not believing in, Bertrand's teapot, essentially, right? Like, to now put
well,
some useful term to it, but.
It's 4 a.m. here, and I have to say thank you for another epic conversation.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
farewell.
I think it's a good point
But
to end the show anyway.
I
And
would
on
like
that
to.
note,
I would like to do so with that quote from Douglas Adams.
yeah,
I
what
don't
is
think
it?
he's right, and I would go so far, Rob, to posit it as being an empirical truth that we haven't evaluated to its fullest yet. And that is that we are, to the best of our knowledge, the universe's best effort so far to understand itself.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Well, it's kind of a sting because I'm off by.
I mean, I know it's meant to be kind of like in that British sarcastic, backhanded compliment, but not necessarily. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but also like until aliens appear, that seems to be the truth. And well, I mean, is it that bad for round one of a try? I mean, what if we're round one and there's like super advanced civilizations out there that have been around for like ever, and they're like round 50, and that's why they're so good, because aliens were like, well, you guys were like our first attempt, but we realized early on that was going to go bad, so we just like left you over there. And
I want to ask a non-related question of Eden. Eden, that picture that you posted in Discord, is that supposed to be somebody? Who is that? What am I looking at?
wait, non-related picture on Discord. What? There's a Discord somewhere? We have a Discord now? I know you have a Discord, AOD.
I'm not the only one who has a Discord. It's just I'm the only one who's allowed you on my Discord.
Yeah.
Is there somebody else that has permissions to allow me onto your Discord other than you?
I have a Discord.
Wait, what you're saying is the other people here also have Discords, but they won't allow me. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if aliens did exist, the reason why they haven't visited us is because they took a look and they saw, ew, there's Raiders fans.
I think if aliens exist, and I'm sure that they do, they just haven't visited because we're too far away. I think it's really that simple.
What do you think about wormhole
Space
theory?
is big. That's a Douglas Adams quote as well.
It's true. Space is way, way bigger than we can conceptualize. At least without it being common to travel in space. So that will probably change once people, like once space travel for people becomes more and more and more accessible, then people will have some idea of the vastness of actual space. I mean, that's, am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong on that.
I don't know.
But what is this Discord? Back to the Discord that I'm not on, that everybody's looking at, where there's a picture.
I'm not on a Discord. I don't know what they're talking about. It's all in Spanish to me.
I want you to know that you might be right. And if you are, you'll be the first to know, because I will vote that Sister Danger should go to space.
But in what capacity do you mean that? Do you mean like we should launch her out there, like Madame Airlock?
Off my planet.
Oh, off your planet. You don't care how. So if it is in the Madame Airlock style, you're like, as long as it's off my planet.
Well,
Behold my field of fucks. Like, that's how you feel about me. Thanks.
I'm pretty sure I know Rob's answer to this question because he's got children and everything. So, but I mean, like, if aliens came to you right now, or not necessarily right this second, right now, but let's just say in the near future, and said, "Listen, we want to take you away, like in Close Encounters. We want to take you away. You're going to stop aging, right? You're going to stop aging. We're going to take you and show you amazing things all across the galaxy, but you're never going to be able to come back, and you have to leave right now."
No saying goodbye, no nothing. I'd
Right.
go.
You have to leave right now. Would you go?
No.
Who was supposed to answer first?
I got kids, and I
Anybody.
couldn't do it.
No, I couldn't do it. No.
Well, you were just too slow.
Okay, so since nobody is answering except for me.
I did. I answered.
Oh,
Did
okay.
you? What did you say?
Mike, please tell me I am not going out of my mind. Like, you heard me answer first, and that's why you said that, right?
That's what she said. See it? That's what she said. Okay, so hi baby, how are you? Thank you for joining the Breakfast Club. It's almost over.
She's name calling me.
So there you go.
It was a joke, by the way.
And so everyone's aware, yes, I wore this shirt for the gratuitous boobage.
Yeah, you know what? Anybody complaining about it right now needs to go ahead and just check themselves.
It was. I was actually
nobody
afraid
complains.
of that, but I don't think anybody would know.
No.
Unicorn
Oh, look,
pegging.
the Green Machine isn't on the same time as the rest of the show. He's laughing about unicorn pegging.
So
Yeah,
the beginning of this show, we did the 8 values test. Everybody on the panel did it individually, and I posted it on Facebook. I ended up a libertarian socialist.
Me too.
Or socialist libertarian. I don't know, something like that.
Libertarian socialist, yeah.
Libertarian socialist.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised, because the same result I got the first time I took it, which was 3 years ago, and obviously I don't remember what my answers were, but I guess they were similar enough to get the same result.
What about you? Would you go Agent of Doubt if aliens came right? Aliens, yeah.
I would say at this point in my life, I want to see out the goals that I've set out for myself So I would not want to go because I actually feel like I have better goals than seeing the rest of the universe. But there was a point in my life where I did commit social suicide, and I left my hometown to go to parts abroad and see the world in a very strange capacity with, a cadre of people that, didn't have my best uh, in mind. They were kind of just using me for whatever. And, afterwards I got kind of spit out at the end and had to find my way back to a life where I cared about where I was.
I feel like the people even that are around me would be disappointed in me if I said no, I wasn't gonna go. I mean, I would go because I just don't think that I personally could. What?
You think the people around you want you to go?
No, I think that's not what I'm trying to say. What I think though is that if they knew, right, that I had been presented with that option and that I didn't take it, they would be disappointed, that they would rather go through the heartache of me being gone forever and never knowing what happened to me than they would knowing that I passed up that opportunity and stayed.
So I guess you'd have to keep it to yourself. That'd be hard to keep a secret, wouldn't it? Guess what happened this morning?
I'm super terrible. Like I can't do that. I probably couldn't do it. I believe in super transparency in my relationships, and so I no. I couldn't. Like I get personally anxious. Like my anxiety will go through the roof if there is a thing that I'm just like, nope, I can't do that. Like there cannot be the secrets, there can't be the whatevers. Like my own personal anxiety will keep me from keeping secrets. So if something that major happened, I'd be like, there's no way I can like not talk about this to you people.
Yeah,
not to.
I hear that. Sister Danger, once when I was it must have been 2010. I was on my way to the I was waiting in a bus stop on my way to go out clubbing. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. And I really mean what I'm saying. And you're not going to believe me, but I saw a fucking flying saucer, right? And when you see that shit, you can't help it. People won't believe you, but you have to tell everybody. It's like the weirdest thing in the world. But
it's got to be so mind blowing. Like that's one of the things we do though when we have experiences that are so big like that. We have to tell people. We have to in some way, shape, or form like try to, even if it's just to find a baseline for our own sanity. But to be fair, it's more likely that there are aliens than there are not aliens, mathematically speaking. So
that's absolutely true. And also, as far as a flying saucer concerned, I mean, just because you see a flying saucer does not mean it comes from outer space. You know what I mean?
That is also true.
So
I don't know though. I don't know. I'm on team alien, I don't know if I think that like it's the History Channel's version of, or
I mean, you might buy into the ancient
X-Files
alien
version
theory.
of aliens that, have done everything or whatever, but I am on team that there surely must be life that has evolved elsewhere out in the universe.
Sure.
Like whether or not we'll ever know about it, or if they're like, there's some super advanced, the Greys or whatever you want to call them, whether or not that is a thing. But I do think that there's probably someplace out there in the universe that has evolved life too. And actually, I think it wouldn't even be outside the realm of possibility if life on Mars existed.
Sure.
As in an entire civilization of people, not that different from us, literally rose and died long before we evolved on Earth because of how our universe formed, right? So Mars was a habitable planet back in the day, right? And it was habitable, and then it became inhabitable, and everything on there is dead now, and it's like kind of a big desert planet. And at that time, then Earth became habitable, and then life can arise here, and we can live I mean, we've been in the existence like not even a blink, shorter than the span of a blink, in the time of how long have we been around in the universe, right? For billions of years. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Why do you guys let me ramble like that?
Well, it's impolite. It's impolite to tell a lady to shut up.
I mean, yeah, it's impolite to tell that to anybody, but you could just be like, like Rob does.
No, are you kidding? Are you kidding?
He's all like,
Mr. Danger. If I want to interrupt, I'm going to interrupt. That's just how I roll. Listen,
I'm being hollered at.
On a bit long, and I will obviously talk to y'all in the after show. I want to thank everybody in the chat for hanging out for such a long time. I thought this was a really interesting one, and it's kind of cool because we more or less stayed off of current events, except for a little bit about George Floyd, which I think is appropriate because you can't not talk about that. Anyway, so yeah, until next week, comrades, friends, neighbors, and